It's not your usual question time fight. No whipping lines or party spite. The order papers flip today. Backbench dreams now lead the way. No cabinet script, no iron grip. Just conscience votes and a loosened lip. From left to right, the lines all blur. You vote the bill, not the party stir. And you can feel it in the air. Something rare inside the chair. It's Members Day, let's clear the floor. Where foes might walk through the same door. Act New Zealand with green side by side. Strange alliances, they can't quite hide. New Zealand bells from the party mile, we agree. Shining speeches, cutting through ice. It's messy, weird, but hey, okay. That's democracy on Members Day. First up comes a moral plea, the modern slavery bill for all to see. But act shifts in its seat unsure, support in shadows but not secure. Next a tweak to money flow, financial markets and a national money transfer. Back New Zealand National Party just shrugs it away, thumbs its nose, not today. Lines are drawn then redrawn fast. Nothing here is built to last. Members Day, where rules unwind and party lines get redefined. A boarding house fix gets all the same. Unanimous, a rare hooray. The residential tenancies amendment bill goes through clean. It's a partisan, if you know what I mean. Six sides nod in brief display of peace, just for Members Day. But not all bills get easy rides. Some split the house on deeper sides. A life or death line comes to call. How do we help when people fall? The drug overdose protection bill hits the floor. Safety tests or something more. National and NZ first say abstain. No half measures to dull the pain while others argue. Test, don't preach. Save a life within our reach. Conscience votes, conscience votes. No party line in MP's notes. From radical left to market right, they clash all day, then share a bite. It's Members Day, unpredictable play, where rivals might just find a way to cross the aisle, to make a stand or kill a bill they can't withstand. No government script to guide the way, just 50 shades of yeah and nay. Hey, not flawed, but come what may, that's Parliament on Members Day.
And welcome to a Members Day marathon of the Order Paper podcast. I'd like to introduce us to our panelist. You'll remember him as Gary Charles, the guy who wears the cannabis suit to Parliament. How's Gary today?
I'm doing well, thank you. Staying warm.
Oh yes, it's been very cold recently, and it's not a great time for things to try and run. So, what news can you sit there and bring in with before we kick off with the members' bills?
Well, I've just been getting off on all of the news coming out of the Greens AGM all day and following the speeches and things. That's recharging my batteries for the upcoming campaign, or the campaign that's been kicked off. And there's a bit of sports going on around the world this time of year. You might have noticed. So I'm following the Tour de France.
How many bikes have sat there and all tumbled onto each other in a crash?
I don't know. Trick question.
Okay, and what do you think about Greens Party policy about putting a moratorium on data centres that are focusing on the production of AI?
Oh, 100% support it. You know, I personally think that the billionaires are building their robots to protect their data centers from us. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
and,
why can't they use, to call these data centres, a thing called coolant? Why do they have to use water? You know?
I assume they use whichever resource they can get for the least cost.
Yeah, because it was something that I was like thinking, like, they could use coolant and then have nice big radiators on the roof that have the southerly wind drive right through it.
Yeah, I'm opposed to AI, to be honest. AI is the moment when I suddenly realise that future shock has hit me, and I know I want to get off this conveyor.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Actually, there are times where it pisses me off on what it does. So there are some times where I find AI a useful tool when you're inputting data into it to get summary and responses out of it, or find me a bunch of names. But if you're asking it questions, you're asking yourself to go into a rabbit hole.
Yep. I don't see anything good coming from AI. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to make people stupid enough that we'll all end up being like Americans.
God, yes, you've got a damn good point on that one. Yes, including where it will probably cite fake laws, fake court cases, as it's been known to be doing.
I think AI is the enemy of critical thinking.
Yeah. Oh, while we're not on the topic of AI and off to some serious bills, let's get on to Tom Rutherford's, was it Concealment of the Location of Victim Remains bill first reading? And get some of the settings set right and we'll kick it off.
The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I seek leave to table the map of the web of boundaries around Otaki.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There is none. I call on members' order of the day number 6.
Concealment of location of victim remains bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker,
Tom Rutherford.
I move that the Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, this is a bill about one of the most profound and preventable cruelties in our justice system: the refusal of a convicted murderer to disclose where they have hidden their victim's body. It is a bill that puts victims and their families at the heart of our justice system. It acknowledges the additional anguish faced by families who cannot lay their loved ones to rest because an offender selfishly withholds that information. I want to begin by acknowledging the families who have lived that nightmare and who have courageously shared their stories with me and with this House. Simon McGrath's brother, Christchurch builder Michael, was murdered in 2017 by his childhood friend David Benbow. Michael's body has never been found. Simon told me when we met that he still wakes in the night thinking of places Michael could be. He gets in his car and he goes searching, only to return home still without answers. As Simon has written, and I quote, "There's not a day that goes by that I wonder where my brother's remains lie. It is overwhelmingly a hugely haunting experience." Simon has been a tireless advocate for this law, and I thank him from the bottom of my heart. Trish Fabish's half-brother, David Roygard, murdered his own son Aaron in 2014. Aaron's body has never been recovered. Trish has described how David's ongoing refusal to disclose the location denies her family and Aaron's friends the dignity of laying him to rest. It allows David to retain a sense of control even from prison. Trish's advocacy has been powerful, and I acknowledge her today. And then there's the case of Sarah Neath. In March 2003, she was injected with methamphetamine by Mark Pakenham and died. Her body was disposed of and has never been found. At sentencing in 2013, the judge found that Pakenham did know where the body was. The judge described the concealment as akin to perverting the course of justice and added 6 months to the starting point for sentence. Yet nearly 23 years later, Sarah's 3 children, now adults with families of their own, still cannot bury their mother. Yet Mr. Pakenham walks and lives in our community freely. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of Bruce Curry, a former Detective Senior Sergeant and now private investigator. Bruce has spent more than 2,000 hours pro bono investigating Sarah's case on behalf of her family. Bruce, your dedication has been instrumental. Madam Speaker, these families are not asking for revenge. They're asking for basic human dignity. The chance to say goodbye properly, to have a grave to visit, to have some form of measure of closure so they can begin to heal. Under the current law, while concealment can be taken into account at sentencing, there is no specific statutory requirement for the parole board to refuse parole to an offender who continues to withhold the location of the body. That gap is what this bill closes. The Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill does two simple, targeted things. First, it amends Section 8 of the Sentencing Act to add, as an aggravating factor in homicide cases, any failure or refusal by the offender to reveal or to cooperate in efforts to identify the location of the victim's body or remains. Second, it inserts Section 28A into the Parole Act. It requires the parole board, when considering an offender convicted of homicide, to refuse parole unless the board is satisfied that the offender has cooperated satisfactorily, either before or after sentencing, in the investigation to identify the victim's location. The board must have regard to information from police about the nature, extent, and usefulness of any cooperation, any information about the offender's capacity to cooperate, and the transcript of the sentencing remarks. This is not a rigid, automatic bar. It is a clear, principled test focused on genuine cooperation to the best of the offender's ability. The bill is modelled directly on legislation passed in the United Kingdom in 2020 and in New South Wales in 2022. Both have proven to be highly effective. In New South Wales, the No Body, No Parole law has been credited with prompting double murderer Beau Lamar Condon to reveal the location of his victims' bodies. Similar success stories have emerged in Queensland and elsewhere. Offenders who previously had no incentive to disclose suddenly found one. This bill also aligns squarely with our government's tough on crime, victims first approach. We have said repeatedly that the justice system must put victims at its centre. This bill delivers exactly that. Others will note that the number of such cases is relatively small, and that is true. However, one family living with this torment is one family too many. The number of people affected should never be the measure of whether we act. What matters is the depth of their suffering. And to those concerned about wrongful convictions, the bill changes nothing about the right to appeal. If a conviction is overturned, the parole restriction no longer applies. The test is about genuine cooperation to the best of the offender's ability. Murder convictions already require proof beyond reasonable doubt. The bill does not undermine those safeguards. It simply ensures that those who are rightly convicted cannot use the justice system to inflict further pain. Madam Speaker, the public feedback on this bill has been overwhelmingly positive. New Zealanders want this change. They understand that offenders should not be released back into the community while they continue to deny grieving families the opportunity for closure. To Simon McGrath, Trish Fabish, Bruce Curry, and every other family member and advocate who has carried this burden for years, today I stand with you. Your persistence and courage have brought us to this moment. This bill is not about vengeance. It's about restoring basic human decency to our justice system. It's about telling every family that their loved one's memory matter, and that we will no longer allow offenders to use silence as a final weapon against the people they have devastated. For too long, murderers have been able to withhold the one piece of information that could bring grieving families some measure of peace. Today, we draw a line in the sand. Madam Speaker, I commend the Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill to the House.
Okay, Gary, before we get to breaking down what the bill is, your vibes on it.
I pretty much agree with the intention of this bill. My problem is, does it actually provide enough incentive? You know, is the withholding of parole the incentive that's required, or, you know, is that actually, I sort of wonder if threatening with withholding something rather than offering something, there doesn't seem to be anything to induce or to encourage offenders other than not having something withheld from them.
And actually, here's the interesting thing: is you could conceal where the body is and still never get out of prison with a life sentence. So that is something that is on there. And also the bit that I'm very worried about is Scott Watson, because this legislation would pretty much bar him and offenders who have been convicted in situations like his from ever being released when potentially it was a flimsy case. Yeah. So that is also needs to be a safeguard. I mean, something that could be put as an amendment into that bill could be as well, if because it's the family members of was it Livia Smart and what's the other person's name? Ben Hope. Yeah, they I think they've even been sceptical of. They don't believe Scott killed them. I think that's what's gone around in the media. And I could probably say if there's that sort of thing in there, that could possibly tidy up that go, well, actually, we don't think that had happened. We think this is the time the law is not quite appropriate. And that possibly is to have that safeguard put into place. Yeah.
Well, we see this bill as reasonable, but how do those that have been convicted see it?
Exactly, yeah.
What I'm saying is it actually providing enough incentive for them to comply?
Yeah. Or
is it just further cementing distrust?
Exactly, yeah, and exactly. You are right on that.
So I like the intention, but I'm just worried that it doesn't actually do enough to encourage compliance.
Yeah, and it's not like we can just sit there and use Professor Snape from Harry Potter's truth potion on these offenders.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but I definitely feel the pain of the people who've suffering from this.
Okay, so breaking down what the bill is intended to do. So the bill is to target offenders who refuse to reveal where a victim's body or remains are located. The bill's intention is to address the additional anguish suffered by families who cannot locate or lay their loved ones to rest because an offender refuses to provide them. Makes failure to disclose the location of remains an aggravating factor at sentencing. This will amend the Sentencing Act of 2002. Where an offender has committed a homicide, the court must take into account the failure or refusal to reveal the location of the victim's bodies or remains, or to cooperate with efforts to find them as an aggravating factor. Create a new restriction on parole. The Parole Act 2002 would be amended to a new section of 28A. If a person is convicted of homicide-related offences, is being considered for parole, and the victim's body or remains have not been found, or part of them remains missing because the offender's actions or inactions, the parole board must refuse parole unless it is satisfied that the offender has satisfactorily cooperated in efforts to identify the victim's remains. Cooperation can happen before or after imprisonment. The parole board can decide cooperation provided to the offender either before or after they are sentenced to imprisonment. The parole board must consider information from police. This includes the nature, extent, and usefulness to the offender's cooperation. The board must also consider information about offenders' capacity to provide cooperation. It must consider transcripts of court filing procedures, including relevant comments made by the sentencing judge. The board also considers any information it considers relevant. The board applies specifically to homicide offences. The new parole restrictions apply where the offender has been convicted of an offence involving a homicide as defined in Section 158 of the Crimes Act 1961, and the bill comes into effect the day after royal assent. In simple terms, the bill creates two main consequences for offenders who know where a homicide victim's bodies or remains are but refuse to help locating them. One, at sentencing, the refusal or failure to cooperate can be treated as an aggravating factor. And two, at parole, the offender could be denied parole unless the parole board is satisfied that they have satisfactorily cooperated in efforts to locate the victim's bodies or remains. Key point, this bill does not simply say the offender automatically gets no parole forever. The parole board must assess whether the offender can cooperate satisfactorily, taking into account the information, including from the police, and the offender's capacity to provide that cooperation. Which that at least that's probably ironed out some of the concerns that have been on there. Shall we move on to Ginny Anderson?
Let's see what the response is.
Yeah. Okay, and get that ready to go. Hello, Ginny.
Offenders cooperate, and it implements a no body, no parole presumption, and it does this by seeking to amend two different pieces of legislation. The first is to amend Section 9 of the Sentencing Act to include the failure to disclose the location of a body as an aggravating factor the court must take into account. And secondly, it seeks to amend Section 28 of the Parole Act 2002, requiring the parole board to refuse parole unless the prisoner has cooperated satisfactorily to identify the victim's location. So Tom Rutherford has brought this bill to the House, and it seeks to address the additional anguish faced by families unable to recover bodies of their loved ones. Labor supports this legislation and acknowledges those families who have been directly affected by these crimes. The Michael McGrath case, the Christchurch builder whose body was never found after the perpetrator was convicted. And we know from accounts previously in this House and also through the media that his ex-partner described fearing for her life as no body or murder weapon was found, and the perpetrator was convicted on circumstantial evidence. The other case which springs to mind is the Sarah Neath case, where a mother of three was murdered and the perpetrator was convicted of manslaughter and released 6 years and 7 months and no parole exclusion period. The victim impact statement from her son testified that the perpetrator's failure to disclose the location of his mother's body worsened the grief and worsened that trauma. And so we support this bill. It is important to note, I think, and I haven't been on to hear the submissions on this, but the member in charge has highlighted that the cases I've just referred to deeply affect New Zealanders and deeply affect those families, and their experiences remind us that justice is not just simply about punishment, it is also about accountability, about truth, and recognising the ongoing impact on those families of those victims of crime. Labor acknowledges the argument that this bill may create a stronger incentive for offenders to cooperate with authorities and disclose information about the location of a victim's remains. If that results in more families being able to obtain answers and also achieving some measure of closure, that is a goal worthy of serious consideration. And so while we do support the bill's intent, we also believe that there are important questions that deserve careful examination through the Select Committee process. And it is important to note that I've just been reading through now, which is the Section 28A report. Sorry, the Attorney General's Bill of Rights 1990 report on the Section 7 report, and in particular the concern that has been raised is the new Section 28A in the Parole Act. So the concern that has been raised is that they are concerned in that prolonging the detention on the basis of an offender's failure to cooperate to the board's satisfaction with the identification of the location of the victim potentially could remain a punitive measure that is at odds with the public safety emphasis of the parole regime. And it says in this report that there is an insufficient basis on which to justify continued detention in circumstances where there is a period of imprisonment considered by the sentencing court to be necessary to serve the purposes of that punishment, deterrence and denunciation of the offender as reflected in the applicable minimum period of imprisonment is passed, and the offender is not considered to pose an ongoing risk to the community safety. I'm sure that will be one of the many things that there are submissions to the Select Committee in terms of understanding how we can make sure this bill works well and how it is operating as effectively as possible. And that is the benefit of having a good Select Committee process. And I'm sure, like the Justice Committee often does, is incredibly busy hearing so many of those submissions. And I think that this is one of those bills that is likely to have a wide range of people submitting their views. We would like to consider whether the provisions in this bill can be strengthened, whether they are workable in practice, and whether they could have understanding to whether there's any unintended consequences that we haven't turned our minds to at this first reading stage. And in particular, I'm sure the Select Committee will examine the concerns raised in overseas jurisdictions about the possibility of disproportionately extended imprisonment in cases where there may be an offender who is unable or unwilling to provide that information, or in rare circumstances, Mr Speaker, where a conviction is later found to be not sound or not right. These are important questions in terms of justice in our country. They do not diminish in any way or means the suffering of those victims' families, but they do require us to ensure that legislation is responsive, it is fair and is effective, and it is also, Mr. Speaker, it is consistent with the principles of our justice system. The experience of comparable legislation in the United Kingdom and Australia will be really useful, and I'm sure that that will be drawn upon when this is sent to the Justice Committee. It will be useful in informing that discussion that takes place. We should carefully assess what has worked overseas in similar jurisdictions to our own, and also what has not worked. We want to make sure that New Zealand's approach in this place strikes the right balance between making sure the victims and their families are well supported and also maintaining the integrity of our justice system, and I'm sure the Justice Committee will do a good job at striking that balance well. Mr. Speaker, this House has a clear responsibility to listen to those families who have indeed had to live with uncertainty because the truth has been unrightfully withheld from them. Their voices deserve to be heard, and their experiences very much deserve to be considered. And it is for that reason that Labor believes this bill warrants the full scrutiny and public submissions through that Select Committee process. We support the purpose of providing greater recognition of the harm caused when offenders conceal the location of a victim's remains, and also recognising to examine the bill's legal and practical implications in detail. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by commending the member in charge of this bill. I know that Tom Rutherford has worked on the ground and has contact with those families that have been personally affected, and I'd like to commend him on doing the job of being a good MP and bringing real life issues that affect everyday New Zealanders and making that into a bill. That's often one of the most rewarding parts of a job of being an MP, is using New Zealand's democracy to serve the needs of people, and this bill is a good example of that. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that for those people, anyone who's listening, or those representative bodies with legal expertise and even experience on this, to seriously consider making your submission to the Justice Committee. We know that we strengthen bills like this one through having a good wide range of views being submitted and taking all of those views into consideration when we look at how we can further strengthen this legislation and make it work as effectively as possible. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you for that, Jenny.
Whew. Well, it looks like there's a definite intention to work together to improve the bill to make it as effective as possible.
Yeah.
And how do you see that in our Parliament?
Well, the best time we tend to send that tends to be on members' bills, not so much typically tend to be on government bills.
But that does raise the question, why isn't this a government bill?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, I found something that's quite interesting. So in New Zealand, there is, for manslaughter, there is a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. So there is the possibility in a manslaughter scenario, someone could be affected by this legislation. However, by the legislation that has been pointed there, if they don't receive a prison sentence of life without life imprisonment, the nobody, no parole feature in a manslaughter situation is kind of redundant. It just means that you're going to serve the maximum sentence that you've been sentenced to.
Yeah. I think that the parole amendment is going to be the most effective part of this bill, simply because parole means you're at a distance from the trial itself, whereas people have a different mindset when they're actually involved in the trial process than when they're serving their sentence.
Yeah. And for those who are watching us online, we do have a poll on our YouTube channel. Do you support the legislation of the Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill from Tom Rutherford? And you could choose yes or no. At the moment, yes is winning, but there's only been one vote. So if you'd like to put in that vote, please feel free to do so in the YouTube poll chat. So let's get on to the Greens, and this is going to be very interesting where they stand.
Mr. Speaker.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And likewise, I would like to acknowledge the harm and trauma of the families and the need they have for closure, and I want to thank Tom Rutherford for bringing this bill to the House. We are very concerned, and we share the concern of Tom Rutherford, at the trauma and harm that a murder victim's family has when the victim's remains are still concealed, and this is something that I think it would be very difficult for us to understand if we're not in that situation. We're really concerned by that, but we don't see that this bill is really going to address the issue. And as my colleague Lawrence Unan wrote to Tom Rutherford back in May this year, the Australian example is that no parole laws have been in place in many states of Australia for around a decade, and unfortunately have not increased the rate of disclosure. So while there's a good motivation behind this legislation, it's not necessarily going to achieve the stated goal. And we don't see any evidence that these reforms have achieved their aims. In fact, we've heard from the Attorney General that the quote is, "I have concluded that this bill appears to be inconsistent with the right to be free from arbitrary detention affirmed by Section 22 of the Bill of Rights Act." So this is really thinking, well, what we're seeing here is that there could be harmful consequences of those wrongfully convicted. And most importantly, we don't know, we can't always tell if we've got things right in the courts. And we've heard here that, this is a punitive measure on parole. It's against the purpose of the parole regime, which has resulted in the Section 7 report. It says here we've got no body, no parole laws, an understandable reaction to the emotionally fraught situation, but is unlikely to accomplish its goal of providing closure to victims of the crime in most cases. So, as a review of these laws state, prolonged detention on the basis of an offender's failure to cooperate to the board's satisfaction with the identification of the location of the victim's remains is a punitive measure that's at odds with the public safety emphasis of the parole regime. We will continue to use evidence-based solutions and best practice to provide closure for families, but, Mr Speaker, we are concerned that this bill, while it has a good intention, will not achieve that aim, and for that reason we are not supporting it through. However, we commend the member, Tom Rutherford, for bringing it to our attention. Thank you.
Now, the interesting part here, when you sit there and take a look at the Hansard, the bill? Oh. So, if we take a look at the bottom of the Hansard that has got put on here, so I'll just move over to a different screen, and then I'll put it on there. So it has sat there and come up here. Now, how do I? So it has said the Green Party of New Zealand subsequently indicated that had a party vote on first read had been held, it would have counted 15 votes opposed, and that party Māori would have classed all votes opposed. But when the motion went through, they said, all those is the motion agreed to? Those say aye, and there were no no's. The ayes have it.
And they didn't call for a party vote?
No, obviously someone didn't call for a party vote. So I think that part needs to actually be mentioned on there. Yeah. That's
interesting. However, it's like I say, they admire the intention of the bill, but they doubt that the mechanism will do achieve the purpose required.
Yeah. And that feels very on par with the Greens.
And also, I think they're wary of unintended consequences as well. But there's so much legislation coming up that doesn't comply with the Bill of Rights that they're right to be suspicious.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, there is so much of that. You are so right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see from Laura McClure to see what ACT has got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Remains Bill. Firstly, I just want to congratulate the member Tom Rutherford, who's in the House, for bringing this bill to Parliament. It's awfully horrendous when you hear of somebody who's lost a loved one under really extreme circumstances, the likes of murder, and then to have to be continually re-traumatised and unable to heal and move on because they don't know where their loved one is. That is deeply, deeply hurtful, and I know that other speakers have spoken about some cases and some ones that are in Christchurch, where I'm from, and it's not just the families involved, it's actually like the whole entire community that can feel this, and it definitely slows down that healing process for the family and for the community. So this bill amends the Sentencing Act to make an offender's failure or refusal to reveal or cooperate in identifying the location of a homicide victim's body or remains an aggravating factor at sentencing that the courts must consider. It also requires the parole board to take into consideration, or it amends the parole board's ability when it comes to looking at has there been a justified reason or an attempt in order to identify where the location of the remains could be. There obviously could be situations in where an individual may no longer exactly remember the location, or they may have attempted to locate and that may not be able to be located. So I think that there are some exceptions to this. But overall, families of homicide victims who may have greater leverage to obtain information about the location of loved ones' remains should have that ability to do so. And actually, I found it quite ironic when the previous member was speaking around evidence-based solutions in this area. And look, I think actually the evidence does show that when there is some kind of incentive to get parole, for example, that is something that I think someone would consider in revealing other details. So, and actually evidence does show that does actually help with this. There could be some costs associated with this, of course, because the parole board will need to assess offender cooperation, and there might be some administrative changes with that. Act, obviously, we're going to support this bill because we think that victims deserve a justice system that puts their interests ahead of the interests of the offender. I commend this bill to the House.
I just had a thought. Does the parole thing get triggered only when information leads to the finding of remains, or is it just the transfer of the information that triggers it?
I don't know.
Is it that, what's to stop someone from just telling porkies just to get their parole happening?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing I'm concerned about is like, oh, I know where the remains are. Go to Titus Cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Where there are lots of remains.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it tied to actual recovery of remains or just the information about the location?
Yeah, see, I get that it's from the location, not necessarily the recovery. Like, one thing that would be impossible to recover but could be information is such if someone is knocked off a boat and body sinks to the bottom of the sea halfway in the Tasman Sea.
Yeah. I don't quite understand the process. Do they declare the location and that triggers their parole, or they declare the location and it gets investigated before they get their parole triggered?
Yeah, I think it's the second, because I do believe you're right. What happens if they do tell you porkies? And if you lie, that should be a factor of why you should not get parole, because you're wasting people's times.
Yeah. Also, I think it's helpful to acknowledge the pain of families and relatives of victims, but it's not good to dwell on it too much, because that's not actually the nuts and bolts of what the bill's about.
No, exactly, yeah.
So, acknowledging that's good, but spending too much time bringing the emotional side into it isn't very helpful.
Okay, let's get on to former cop, Casey Costello.
Speaker.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Concealment of Location of Victims Remains Bill, and do genuinely commend the member for bringing this bill forward, not only because it is very hard to interact with victims who've suffered such a loss, but to take that and turn it into a positive program of work to ensure that we actually as a country start a very serious conversation about how we deal with these issues. The loss of a loved one through violent crime is horrific, and having been in the position of having to inform loved ones of that loss to investigate homicides and serious violent crime, it is traumatising to the extreme. But to not be able to give the family an opportunity to grieve, to put their minds at peace, and to know that their loved one is at rest is beyond horrific. I would recount that I was fortunate enough to be able to work on an investigation where a young woman was concealed after being murdered, and we were able, only after the offender who had committed the horrendous crime died, to recover her remains and return her to her whānau. It is an incredibly honoured position to be able to do that and put a loved one at rest. So any effort we can to ensure that there is opportunity to create some level of leverage to force those that have been responsible for these crimes to come forward and to give a somewhat alleviation to the suffering of family is really important. New Zealand First is, of course, and as our foundation pillar is about the protection of country and protection of our communities, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that we have the very best of law and order and reducing of violent crime, and I think this government has done an exceptional job in working towards reducing violent crime. This isn't an area that is going to be challenging. It is a complex piece of law around how do we deal with the deprivation of rights until a certain condition is met. It is going to be a complex piece of law to navigate, and I'm sure the Justice Select Committee will receive a number of submissions on both sides of this position as to how do we make this law come into effect. It is important that we do have this conversation, however, we do work out how do we navigate this law. We do know of cases in New Zealand where people have been in custody for long periods of time and later reprieved of that conviction. If we look at the case of Tēnā Pora in terms of his release, if it had been a circumstances of a case where someone's body had been concealed, how long would we detain someone who in the end was found not to be guilty of those offence for which he was detained. So there is complexities in this process. It will be challenging to navigate, but that doesn't mean we don't look at how to tackle it. We don't look at how do we achieve an outcome that demonstrates to those that have lost loved ones through this type of serious violent crime that we as a government, as a country, as a parliament are prepared to consider alternate ways of addressing the loss and alleviating the hurt and suffering. So I think it is important that we navigate the Bill of Rights implications, that we navigate the unlawful detention components of this to ensure that there is a way we can provide some incentive or some input to ensure that we are doing everything we can to alleviate the hurt and harm. The ability to lay your loved one at rest, and particularly to know that they are at peace. The unknown factor of not knowing where someone is, how their life has ended. There are so many unanswered questions which, we can stand in this house having empathy, but until you've walked that walk, the suffering and incredible pain that you carry just in the not knowing, and quite frequently what you pursue in your own mind can be so much worse than the reality. So I think it is with great honour that I, on behalf of New Zealand First, commend this bill to the House.
Now, the part that she sat there and said there was they managed to find, after an offender passed away, the remains to the person they concealed the body. I want to know, how on earth did that happen? Did they tell a doctor or a counsellor or someone that was bound by patient confidentiality of it, which once they died was not applicable? Because that just sounds...
Yeah, I wondered about that scenario as well.
Yeah, because it sounds even that, it'd be brilliant in that scenario that if that did happen, did someone put it into their last will and final testament of where the body is and had it concealed in a lawyer's office for all that period of time?
Yeah. That actually felt like a campaign speech rather than debate on a bill, to be honest. I don't think she addressed the bill, or if she did address the bill, I don't think she actually offered any positive input for it.
She did was it half a dozen one way, half a dozen the other way sort of speech, which she's known for doing. So
it was very general without actually going into any of the details of the bill.
Yeah. That feels on par with Casey Costello's speeches. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's coming from Ryan Hamilton from Hamilton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, it's a privilege to speak on this bill on a Members' Day, the Concealment of Location of Victims Remains Bill, and just acknowledge the previous speaker and her words and experience that certainly ring true in this House. And every MP brings with them life experience and a skill set which we all add cumulatively to the legislation making process. I want to make a special mention to part of the genesis of this bill, and I will keep it brief, to the Honourable Member of Hamilton West, Tim McIndoe, who actually, I believe, seeded this bill, or was part of the original seeding of this member's bill many years ago. And in fact, he was here 12 years in Parliament and never once was successful in pulling out a member's bill. And yet in this House we have some members, like one to my left, who's I think pulled out 3, and Catherine Weird, who's pulled out 3, just two within 2 years, and the record's 3 in less than 3 years. So it's amazing. It's a bit of a lottery in some respects, but all credit to you, all power to you for those members who've had that success. But in this case, and in this term, it was none other than Tom Rutherford, MP for Papamoa, Bay of Plenty, Tauranga, Mount Maunganui. It's a moving feast, but that general direction. But nonetheless, a great MP. A great MP, and in fact the youngest of the National Party to become an MP in the last term. And but don't let his youthfulness fool you. Don't let his good looks fool you. He's a very intelligent, very diligent, hard-working MP, and deserves the honour and the ability to take this bill forward. And in fact has already advanced the work that the Honourable Tim McIndoe did by actually aligning, and this is specifically for you, Mr. Webb, align some of the bill with legislation from some other jurisdictions just to enhance the legislation and make it a bit more fit for purpose. So it's very relevant. But the special thing about this is justice for victims and families, because families deserve answers and closure. I can only imagine the difficulty when something horrible and traumatic like that has gone on, but then not to be able to get the closure and the proper process of a send-off, a burial, a tangi, or whatever the appropriate cultural send-off would be in those instances. So this is a very measured and thoughtful bill. It's only a small bill, and it only makes a small legislative tweak, but it is an important one, because for every individual, for every family member that is affected by something like this, it's their world, it's their everything. And it's also important to know that parole is a privilege, not a right, and so release should depend on genuine accountability and rehabilitation. And if an offender was unwilling to disclose information, it does raise legitimate questions about their remorse and their ability to genuinely provide mental, physical, emotional compensation for the damage that they've done. It's also about accountability, because we know that part of justice is accountability, and whilst we can control the victim in the way of prison or sentencing and stuff, part of the process, and many times for the victims, is to hear the offender's remorse, the offender's guilt, and to just disclose the location of the body is really an important part of that process. And so on the side of the House, we're keen to advance this bill to Select Committee. We know the Justice Select Committee is one of the, well, certainly the busiest in terms of legislative process in the House, an incredible amount of legislation around justice and law and order, and no doubt they probably don't enjoy the extra workload. I know even this week in the House, Mr. Speaker, it's put extra pressure on their timing with rosters and double-ups and commitments, but justice delayed is justice denied, and so this is an appropriate response to deal with something that's quite bespoke, quite nuanced, but very appropriate, Mr. Speaker. And this bill sends a simple message that justice is not just about punishment, it is also about truth, accountability, and giving families every possible chance to bring their loved one home.
Chairman Halbert.
Well, that feels a little bit different from Ryan Hamilton's usual speeches, which some of them can be the case of 15 words long. So I'm glad he's actually done a substantially decent speech for this time in Parliament.
But once again, very general, not actually addressing any of the issues in the bill directly, or any. They don't seem to want to go into any of the technicalities of, are there any unforeseen circumstances? Are there any things we're not taking into account? Will it actually provide the correct incentive? It all seems to be very general comments about this is a good thing and I support it and I don't really want to talk about the detail.
That's a very good way of actually summing it up, because yes, it does feel like it's getting that sort of vibe of, it's like they don't want to quite get to the nitty-gritty detail in case that can of worms gets opened.
They're very keen to talk about the intention of the bill rather than the nitty-gritty of how it actually carries out the intention.
Yeah. Okay, let's get on to Shannon Halbert from Labour Party, because this will be interesting to hear from the other side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I just start this afternoon, by acknowledging Tom Rutherford and the work that he's done in his community, and of course the success of bringing a member's bill before the House today for its first reading. Mr. Speaker, I remember vividly growing up in Napier, the sad time of our community losing Teresa Cormack. And Teresa was part of the Marae Nui community, only a child, went to school with many of my cousins, and it impacted the whole community for many, many years. And that included their family, it included this local school, and it's something that has sat with me since my own childhood through to today, and something, as I look at this piece of legislation, our members' bill this evening, that I reflected back to that moment and the sadness and the impact, the devastation that it has on so many. So, thank you, Member Tom Rutherford, for following this through to bring it before the House today. This bill seeks to provide closure for victims, families, and incentivise homicide offenders to cooperate. It must be one of the most difficult things, not knowing where your loved ones are in something that is such a tragedy in the first place. And I know particularly for Māori communities, all communities across New Zealand, when somebody is murdered, somebody is taken, that the grief is much deeper when they can't put that person to rest, and that includes to rest with all of their remains. This Members' Bill implements a no body, no parole presumption, and would amend two particular pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker, to amend Section 9, of course, of the Sentencing Act, to include the failure of disclosure, a location of a body as an aggravating factor the court must, of course, take into account. And then the second one is that it proposes to add Section 28A of the Parole Act 2002, requiring the parole board to refuse parole unless the prisoner has cooperated satisfactorily to identify the victim's location. Part of the work that I've seen from the MP that puts this forward today, of course, is the acknowledgement of the Michael McGrath case, Christchurch builder whose body was never found after the perpetrator was convicted. The ex-partner described fearing for her life as no body or murder weapon was found, and the perpetrator convicted on circumstantial evidence. Madam Speaker, this stuff continues to be traumatic for New Zealand and New Zealanders, but my heart really goes out to all of the whānau and families that are impacted by what is very sad, tragic circumstances to so many. So Labour's position today is that we will support this Members' Bill to go through to the Select Committee. We think it is, albeit quite a complex piece to work through. I acknowledge that the Justice Select Committee is quite hard working, and they've been, not unusual for them to put in extra hours to work through the legislation that goes before them. So we will be supporting this bill through its first reading today to go on to hear from submitters through the Select Committee process. Sadly, we will hear from those families too, but no doubt it will influence the decisions of our Select Committee and the report back to this House. And in many ways, I look forward to reading that report to this House at that particular time, so I commend this bill.
Well, that does sound a little bit hesitant on the beyond Select Committee, but usually once Select Committee irons things out, that tends to be where you'll get people like the Greens who are currently against it suddenly become for it.
Yeah. However, have you noticed that the people supporting the bill talk about, the intention and the victims and the emotion side of it, but they're not really engaging with the bill itself?
Yeah. Yes, you're also right, yeah.
They're not actually dealing with the articles in front of them. They're talking generalities about the emotional side of this more than the nitty-gritty.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're almost waiting for the Select Committee recommendations before they want to get into the nitty-gritty.
That's a very good way of summing that up. Let's jump right through to Tom Rutherford's reply speech at the end to see how he goes.
And the approach that has been taken to the debate on this legislation. Madam Speaker, when I first introduced the bill 2.5 years ago, it was because I had met the McGrath family in Christchurch. I had met Michael's brother Simon, alongside Hamish Campbell, who joined me, and listened to him in his lounge to hear the despair that he as a brother, that his mother, that his family and friends of Michael had to experience on a day-to-day basis. This is a case now, nearly 10 years ago, and that family and that friend group have still not had the opportunity to lay Michael to rest. And what a shameful experience that is for them and for us as a country to allow to take place, in the sense that in 17 years' time, David Benbow, the gentleman convicted of Michael's murder, will front to the parole board and without this piece of legislation can potentially be eligible to walk free, to be reintegrated into our society. And yet Simon's head will hit that pillow and he'll wonder, where is my brother? When will I have the opportunity to lay him to rest? When will I have the opportunity to finally and properly grieve? And that's what this bill is about. It's not going to impact hundreds or thousands of cases, but even one case is one case too many, because that's one family, that's one community dealing with the day-to-day impacts of the unknown of where their friend, their family member is. And that's what this bill will fix. Because for too long, we've said to those convicted murderers, you can reintegrate into society with no obligation whatsoever to disclose what you have done with your victim or victim's body. And I'm saying we're drawing a line in the sand. And it's not only the Michael McGrath case as an example. There's Sarah Neath and many others across the history of our country where families still carry that burden today. And so I say thank you to this House. I say thank you to the New Zealand Labour Party. I say thank you to New Zealand First. And I say thank you to the ACT Party for their understanding and willingness to allow this piece of legislation to go to the Justice Select Committee, to allow us as members of that Select Committee to hear from members of the public who will submit on this legislation. And I acknowledge that there are some pitfalls and shortcomings that this bill may have, and that is entirely the right place to send the bill, to sort it out, to iron it out, to fix it, and to get it right. And in the same breath, I acknowledge the Section 7 report prepared by the Attorney General. The Attorney General said, in his own words, it was a line call. But in his own report, and if you get the opportunity, I recommend you read it, he says there are opportunities to fix and remediate the issues he is highlighting in his report. And that is precisely what I encourage the Justice Select Committee to do. To take the Attorney General's report, listen to the submissions, and where necessary, fix this legislation so we make it workable and practical for our communities and our country. Madam Speaker, this bill has never been about harming people who are already in prison. It's solely about putting victims at the heart of our justice system. It's solely about saying to them, if you want to be released on parole, then do the right thing. Share with our families, our friends and loved ones what you have done with your victims' remains so that they have the opportunity to finally lay their loved one to rest. So I say thank you to this House. Thank you for engaging in the debate, and thank you for today, in my first Members' Bill, supporting it so it can go to the Justice Select Committee and we can progress it into law. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on members' order of the day, number 2.
As you can probably see from there, the Greens opposed it but didn't call for the party vote.
I think they weren't paying attention at that particular moment because it happened pretty quickly.
Oh, yes. No, it does.
Keen to get through without a party vote. But anyway, like I say, I think at the moment they're focusing on making victims and families of victims feel better rather than focusing on the details of the bill and whether it'll achieve what it's intended to do.
Yeah. You've got a good point there on that one. Okay, shall we take a break and come back in a few minutes' time while we cover the next bill being, it was renamed the Maritime Transport Life Jacket on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill, second reading.
Cool. Yep, good one. I've got an old man bladder to empty, so that's good.
See you soon.
It's not your usual question time fight. No whipping lines or party spite. The order papers flip today. Backbench dreams now lead the way. No cabinet script, no iron grip. Just conscience votes and a loosened lip. From left to right, the lines all blur. You vote the bill, not the party stir. And you can feel it in the air. Something rare inside the chair. Members Day, let's clear the floor where foes might walk through the same door. Act New Zealand with green side by side. Strange alliances, they can't quite hide. New Zealand bells from the party mile, we agree. Sliding speeches, cutting through ice. It's messy, weird, but hey, okay. That's democracy on Members Day. First up comes a moral plea, the modern slavery bill for all to see. But act shifts in its seat unsure, support in shadows but not secure. Next a tweak to money flow, financial markets and a national money transfer. Back New Zealand National Party just shrugs it away, thumbs its nose, not today. Lines are drawn then redrawn fast. Nothing here is built to last. Members Day, where rules unwind and party lines get redefined. A boarding house fix gets all the same. Unanimous, a rare hooray. The residential tenancies amendment bill goes through clean. It's a partisan, if you know what I mean. Six sides nod in brief display of peace, just for Members Day. But not all bills get easy rides. Some split the house on deeper sides. A life or death line comes to call. How do we help when people fall? The drug overdose protection bill hits the floor. Safety tests or something more. National and NZ first say abstain. No half measures to dull the pain while others argue. Test, don't preach. Save a life within our reach. Conscience votes, conscience votes. No party line in MP's notes. From radical left to market right, they clash all day, then share a bite. It's Members Day, unpredictable play, where rivals might just find a way to cross the aisle, to make a stand or kill a bill they can't withstand. No government script to guide the way, just 50 shades of yeah and nay. Hey, not flawed, but come what may, that's Parliament on Members Day.
Okay, we're back.
Yep.
And there's a new poll up for this hour. Do you support the Maritime Lifejackets on Recreational Cast Amendment Bill? Now, this is the second reading bill. This bill was originally with Cameron Brewer. However, when Cameron Brewer became a minister and Shane Reety no longer was a minister, the bill was transferred to Shane Reety to shepherd it through the remaining stages of Parliament. So, should we kick it off?
Yeah.
With Shane Reety.
Change. Cameron Brewer brought this bill to first reading, and through the first select committee process, there were 158 unique submitters. Two-thirds of submitters requested the scope of the bill be changed from under 15-year-olds to all ages on the basis that the average age of death in recreational boating incidents is actually more towards age 50 than 15. This is evidenced in the past decade with 8 fatalities in children under 15 compared to 161 fatalities in those over 15. In light of this, the Select Committee received approval from the Business Committee to change the scope of the bill to encompass all ages and commence a second submission process. This is where the bill was passed into my name. In the second Select Committee process, there were 128 unique submitters. The Select Committee heard that in the past decade, across all sized recreational craft, the vast majority of fatalities on recreational craft were on small vessels less than 6 metres. The vast majority of fatalities were while the vessel was underway. The vast majority of fatalities were on recreational craft that did carry life jackets. However, despite a relatively high carriage rate for life jackets, 60% of fatalities were not wearing them and may have been saved if they were. In summary, officials told us that 60% of fatal drownings could be prevented by wearing life jackets on small recreational craft, as this bill recommends. This is around 10 people per year. The Select Committee heard that recreational craft fatalities under 6 metres without life jackets accounted for 15% of all drownings last year. However, I am informed that unfortunately this year is already tracking above that average, with 7 deaths already on recreational craft less than 6 metres where life jackets were not worn. The Select Committee has taken this into account with its timeliness of progress that brings us here today to have these benefits in place for the upcoming summer season. At an international level, our current position on life jackets is out of step with many jurisdictions such as Australia. We heard that Tasmania introduced similar legislation 25 years ago with an immediate 50% reduction in small craft fatalities in the first year. We also want that benefit. Domestically, the Waikato Regional Council introduced this policy 13 years ago with significant ongoing improvements in life jacket wearing compliance and an apparent reduction in fatalities, albeit on small numbers, of nearly 50% from before and after. One of the important issues reported to the Select Committee was the range of life jacket bylaws across the country, from life jackets to be worn while underway to skipper's discretion to be worn at all, and for discretion for life jackets, depending on region that they are encompassing. Harmonising these confusing approaches has been requested for many years and is considered important to saving lives. This bill achieves this. The Select Committee considered all submissions and when working its way diligently through the issues, which were then unanimously accepted as 12 recommendations. It was agreed that 6 metres was the correct length and is a common cut-off in maritime legislation, where commercial requirements over 6 metres include annual surveys and bilge pump and firefighting equipment requirements. 6 metres is also consistent with many current regional bylaws and international jurisdictions. The recommendations included, number 1, that the age be amended to all ages on the basis that the vast majority, indeed nearly all recreational craft facilities are over the age of 15. Number 2, that the title of the bill be changed to Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill. Number 3, that existing requirements for all recreational craft greater than 6 metres to carry life jackets and wear them at times of heightened risk are retained. Recommendation 4, change the water length line to overall length, which is better understood by the public and consistent with existing legislation in Part 91. Number 5, to amend wearing of life jackets while underway instead of at time of use. Officials advise that underway is more appropriate as it is already used in current bylaws and again in international jurisdictions. It was noted that of the 88 fatalities since 2015, where the phase of voyage is recorded, 77 of the 88 occurred while underway. Recommendation number 6, to take the opportunity to embed the soon-to-expire 2022 exemption to stand-up powerboards to bring the exemptions all into one place. Recommendation number 7, to use the term life jacket as being better understood by the public than personal flotation device, while clarifying that life jackets also include other types of buoyancy aids. Recommendation number 8, to develop an infringement regime. Number 9, if an existing bylaw has a different standard than the national rules will take precedence. Recommendation number 10 of 12, to change the timing for the bill to come into force from at royal assent to 28 days after royal assent to allow education campaign preparations that would position the benefits to be in place for the upcoming summer season. The final 2 recommendations look to make implementation easier for local authorities who already have existing bylaws, and I thank the obvious local government expertise on the Select Committee for addressing this. Recommendation number 11 then is that local authorities review their bylaws to be consistent with the national rule with a 5-year transition period. And number 12, to achieve this bylaw harmonisation, that local authorities need not undertake onerous public consultation to align with the national rule. The committee also explored mechanisms to bring this policy into effect in as timely a manner as possible, including regulatory review. However, recommendations 11 and 12 subsequently involve primary legislation and not just regulations, and so the current process is the most appropriate. The Select Committee also considered potential unexpected consequences. For example, the transition period between being on an eligible recreational vessel underway and jumping into water for water activities such as swimming. It was recognised by the committee that it would be impossible to legislatively cover all transition scenarios, and harbour masters and officials did not indicate this was an issue anyway. I spoke with Waikato Regional Council, who have had this policy domestically for 13 years. They have had no significant issues. I also spoke with recreational boating safety officers in Hobart, Tasmania, who have had this policy for 25 years, and they have had no significant issues. And so this appears to be less than envisaged. All of this notwithstanding, the committee felt it was important to provide clarity to monitors around these potential transition activities. And so the committee agreed to the equivalent of a removal of doubt clause by way of example. This is recommended as new clause 91.4.1b. We also discussed life jacket types and was encouraged by experts that this is best undertaken by education from domain specialists such as Maritime New Zealand, Water Safety New Zealand and others, including the retail and recreational craft environment. They will provide advice on the best fit for purpose life jackets for each scenario, importantly underpinned by a philosophy of any life jacket is better than no life jacket. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this coming Saturday, July 25th, is World Drowning Prevention Day, and this year New Zealand is already batting against the drowning average. Let's do what we can today and work with Water Safe New Zealand, Maritime New Zealand, Harbour Masters and Recreational Water Sports to have this policy in place for summer 2026-27 and for the Water Safe New Zealand education campaign in late October. To that effect, I would like to again thank the committee for their timeliness and diligence in progressing this policy, which was unanimously agreed at Select Committee, and we all look forward to the lives that may be saved as we look towards the upcoming summer season. Thank you.
It was a very buoyant presentation, Dr. Reti.
Mr. Speaker.
Tangi Utakiri.
Okay. So, your 2 cents worth.
This makes sense to me. This takes me back to when we first legislated that seatbelts are mandatory. It's about trying to legislate a change of behaviour, and it's only going to be successful if it's accompanied by a massive promotion campaign, ad campaign. You know, because there aren't the people to enforce this all around the country. It's about getting a change of behaviour.
You are so right about that, considering, to me, seatbelts are a very standard thing you have in a car, you wear them. I mean, I'm proud of the fact that I have frayed 2 seatbelts in my vehicle that I had to sit down there, and in one case was recoiled or something. No, re-webbed is the correct term to be done. So that is basically where the internal mechanisms of the seatbelt actually has remained in place, but it's got the belt part has been redone to comply with the current safety rules that are in there. Because also with modern day vehicles, your seatbelts are also tied in with the airbags.
Yeah, but this definitely is about trying to instill a behaviour where it's default to wear a jacket.
Yeah.
Or wear a life-saving device.
Yeah, and to me that feels, it's like
that won't happen by legislation alone. It requires a massive public promotion campaign.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear. Oh no, actually, I'll break down what has been changed in the amendments to the bill. Okay, so the core changes. The bill originally the bill was originally focused on children and people under the age of 15 to wear life jackets on small recreational boats. The Select Committee significantly broadened its following public submissions and evidence. The new proposed law now requires everyone on board a recreational craft 6 metres or less in length to wear a properly fitted lifeboat while the craft is underway. The bill would remain the Maritime, was renamed the Maritime Transport Life Jacket and Recreational Craft, Life Jacket on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill to reflect its wider scope. So what it requires applies to all people on board, regardless of those under 15. Applies to recreational crafts 6 metres or less in length. The person in charge of the craft will be responsible for ensuring everyone is wearing the appropriate size life jacket. The committee chose 6 metres because 74% of recreational boating facilities since the beginning of 2016 occurs on vessels 6 metres or less. When life jackets must be worn, they must be worn while the vehicle is underway. Underway means the vehicle is not an anchor, not fast to shore, and not aground. God, that could be quite interesting. What's it called? If you run aground into the sand or into rocks. This is intended to avoid requiring people to wear life jackets in situations such as eating, sleeping, or relaxing on a boat that is anchored or securely moored. You know, yes, it would be quite annoying to wear a life jacket as a big giant bib while eating your dinner. Exceptions and expectations and exemptions. People are actively encouraged in recreational swimming from boats would be exempt from wearing a life jacket while swimming. SUP surfers would be exempt while using a suitable board leash. I gather that. Okay. Existing exemptions in Part 91 will continue to apply. The bill will incorporate the existing 2022 exemptions for stand-up paddleboard surfing in the Maritime rules. The current acknowledgement that people may briefly remove their life jacket for activities such as using the bathroom, drying off, or sunbathing, and expect enforcement to be reasonable in these circumstances. Boats over 6 metres will not be subjected to a new universal wearing requirement. However, the existing requirement carries sufficient life jackets for everyone on board will remain. Life jackets will need to be an appropriate size and readily available. How boat lengths is measured. The bill used water length. The committee recommended the length of the overall, which is considered easier to understand and enforce. The definition covered for water vessels overall lengths but exclude certain fittings such as bow strips, platforms, gantries, trim tabs, and onboard dive units. Terminology. The bill replaced the term personal flotation device with life jacket throughout Part 91. The committee says that it's primarily to make the rules more accessible and understandable. It does not intend to change the range of approved buoyancy aids that can be used. Local council bylaws. There are already 18 local navigation bylaws requiring life jackets on small crafts. The new national rules will take precedent when they conflict with an existing bylaw. Regional councils may be able to amend or revoke inconsistent bylaws without going through the usual public consultation process, although they still need to consult the Director of the Maritime New Zealand. The streamlined process is specifically for removing inconsistencies with the national rules. Enforcement and penalties. This bill, as introduced, does not include penalties for failure to comply. The committee recommended that the government develop a new offence or penalty under the Maritime Offence Regulations 1998. The Maritime New Zealand is expected to run an education campaign before implementation. Commencement. Instead of coming into force immediately after royal assent, the committee recommended 28-day delay. This intends to give Maritime New Zealand local authorities time to educate the public, brief enforcement authorities, develop offences and penalties, and prepare stakeholders. The committee says the aim is for the new requirement to be in place by summer 2026-2027, which that will be hopefully by the end of the year. Why the bill was broadened, the committee found that children under the age of 15 were not the main victims of recreational boating drownings. Since the beginning of 2015, there have been 8 fatalities involving children under the age of 15, compared to 161 involving people over the age of 15. The average age of people dying of boating accidents was 50, which is most fatally involving men over 40. The committee therefore concludes that the universal requirement would be more effective at preventing drownings. Bottom line, the original bill, children under the 15 would wear life jackets on recreational craft 6 metres left. Committee amended everyone must wear a properly fitted life jacket on a recreational craft 6 metres or left while underway and subject to specific exemptions. The committee unanimously recommended the bill pass and unanimously recommended its amendments.
I find it interesting that they are going to make the person in charge of the boat responsible for the people on board wearing life jackets, much the same way as we have made drivers responsible for passengers wearing seatbelts. But as you say, there is no consequences attached to it for not complying.
Well, interesting you mentioned the thing about cars, but in cars, if the person is over the age of 15, they are subjected to the fine, not the driver.
Okay.
Just to put some context out there. But yes, there currently is no enforcement mechanism proposed in the legislation. Yeah.
So it's like I say, it's a change of behaviour that we're aiming for.
Yeah.
With this bill.
Okay, let's get on to the second speech, which is Tangi Utukere.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the Labour Party to support this Lifejackets for Children and Young Persons Bill. But as the member responsible for this bill has indicated, if the Select Committee's recommendations are adopted, the title will change to reflect the changes that have been suggested. Can I acknowledge the Honourable Dr Shane Retty, who is the current sponsor of this bill? Also acknowledge the Honourable Cameron Brewer, who initially held the bill before his extension. But I want to acknowledge Dr Retty's constructive way in which he has engaged with committee members, including myself, to ensure that actually there is a clear understanding of the changes that needed to be made and the basis on which those changes have been advanced. So I think it's important to acknowledge his cooperation in that space. As Dr Retty has indicated, Madam Speaker, the Select Committee had two bites at this particular bill. Round one, as we might call it, we went out and as a result of submissions, but also the departmental advice that was received by the committee, it was very clear that children are not the main victims of drownings from small recreational craft. And as a result, many submitters asked for the age band to be one of universalism to indicate the focus in that. The committee sought the permission of the Business Committee to expand the scope. That was granted, and so the committee went out for round two. And I want to acknowledge that that is a collegial thing for a committee to do, to go back out for a full sort of process of public consultation, to hear what the community might say on this change. And I want to acknowledge the 286 submitters that submitted to that process. Madam Speaker, the Labour Party supports the justification for this change, because when we look at the stats, since 2015, there have been 8 fatalities for children when it comes to recreational craft. When you look at those that are aged over 15, that number is 161. The average age of fatalities related to recreational craft is 50 years of age. And so this change that has been promoted and accepted by the committee is one that actually will really tackle those 94% of craft-related drownings in 2024 for where there were no life jackets actually used. And the advice that's been received is that a significant number of that percentage would still be with us here today if they were in fact using a life jacket. This requires the person who's in charge of the recreational craft of 6 metres or less, and I want to acknowledge the collegiality of Dr Retty, because when I showed him my little drawing of a recreational craft, he gave me some feedback on that, but we were looking at the 6 sort of metre and where that would fall. But the responsibility is there nonetheless, so that those who are going to be on that craft whilst the craft is underway, and that is a term that is accepted and well known within maritime circles, they would be responsible for ensuring that all of those people, regardless of age, who are on their craft, actually have a life jacket. And I want to acknowledge the officials, in particular Maritime New Zealand, who came and gave a little bit of a practical exercise to the committee about the range of personal flotation devices that are actually out there, and that would kind of lend its favour to a whole range of different individuals. The other sort of issue that Dr Retty has touched on is where the measurements would be taken. Would it be on the overall sort of dimension of the craft, or would it be the waterline? And the Select Committee and the Labour Party agrees with this, that actually the overall sort of dimension is far more easier to monitor, and so we support that change. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that we believe will make a huge difference. We believe that it will provide some consistency around the country, as well as regional councils at the moment set their own rules around this. And so in particular, where Kiwi families might be moving about the country in some or other parts wanting to utilise recreational craft and realising that at the moment there are different rules for different places, this will provide some consistency. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm delighted, as I'm sure my other colleagues on the committee are, to ensure that there has been some change in the kind of quick fashion that local councils would be able to make this change without having to go out to a full public consultation process. One of the beauties of the Transport Infrastructure Committee is it has a couple of former mayors and one deputy mayor on it, and all of those members are in the House this afternoon, and so we were all very keen to ensure that actually changes like this are not held up as a result of the full sort of consultation that needs to follow in some particular areas. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good bill. We support it. We support the timeliness of it. It should be enacted just in time for summer. That will make a real difference and ensure that lives are saved as a result. I commend this bill to the House.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Anything that could be improved from what Tony said?
I can't really. I haven't really got any comment to make on that, other than this is another bill where it seems to be members' bill with support across the House.
On this latest round, there seems to be a lot of them, which isn't always the case.
And it does seem to be, you know, we're an island nation. We really should have decent water safety legislation.
Yeah.
You know, our drowning figures are appalling.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Yeah. But once again, no enforcement. So this is all about inducing a change of behaviour.
Yep. Unless these regional councils sit there and set up their own enforcement or have current enforcement units in place. Yeah.
No, I think enforcement will be after, you know, in the aftermath of an accident. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, ambulance at the bottom of the cliff instead of the fence at the top.
Yeah. Okay, let's get on to Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of the Green Party, but also as a kayaker, to absolutely support this bill. It was a really good process, both from Mr Ratty and also from Mr Brewer, who originally brought it to us. They were open to the fact that this was a members' bill that had actually had a longer history, but that this was what they thought should come forward, but they were not dogmatic about the details. And that was extremely helpful for the full select committee process to be able to be applied in the way that I understand it should be. This process would improve much other legislation, to be honest, if it was followed in the same way. If government bills, when they were introduced, focused more on how you could solve the problem than taking the idea of the solution and never moving even 6 metres from the proposed solution. So I think there is more to this bill, and it's likely agreement across the House, than only the issue of life jackets on recreational vessels. We did learn a fair amount about terminology and differences between a ship, a boat, a vessel, and what we were going to call it. And it was really interesting to hear from so many harbour masters, Water Safety New Zealand and other people. Often those submissions are pretty moving because they talked about people who had lost their lives. They talked about family members that had drowned. And often the situation was not, yes, they went into this raging storm of 40 knots and they couldn't manage it. No, they went out and the conditions changed. Or there was a rogue wave, or there was a bar, or they didn't realise how windy it could get on a lake. Those are all common situations that sometimes the most inexperienced are more likely to be caught out in those situations. So, as my colleagues have mentioned, we heard submissions and thought, actually, there's some quite big changes that we want to make here. Those changes were not consulted on in the first place, and we did the correct and democratic and inclusive thing of saying, well, let's go out and say people who are quite happy with 15 and younger, because that's the skippering age, would they be quite happy with everything, or going to all adults as well? And I'm pleased for the safety of our 50-year-old males that people were generally supportive of those changes and the change, obviously, to the title that will be a consequence of this. I'd like to thank the Chair of Transport and Infrastructure who helped make it a collegial process. We could drill into the issues that mattered, and probably there are some issues that will get teased out about how effective our definitions of underway are, but I just want to be clear on this for anyone that may be listening and have some concerns about recreational boating. If you are at anchor, you don't need a life jacket. However, if you are using one of the technological ways of anchoring without a physical anchor, that can actually be quite rough, quite exciting, quite lively, even if you are not physically moving from the GPS spot that you are fishing at or whatever else you might. For me, it's probably taking iNaturalist pictures of dolphins, but whatever you're doing, sometimes when you're stopped, just being stopped is not that much safer. So I am pleased with the definitions that have come about in that bill. I also, personal flotation device is something that's a familiar term to me. It's one of our wonderful 3-letter acronyms in this country, PFD. And it is a different term from life jacket, but life jacket is what people understand. So I think we moved around, were we going to call it PFDs, were we going to call it life jackets, and we didn't come up, thank goodness, with a new term for it all, but we explained the inclusive nature of life jackets. I would like to also say that there are many, many times when regional differences are important, whether it's soil types, whether it's housing density, whether it's ecological variation. Those are valid reasons for different regions to have different rules, to have them locally set and so forth. Drowning is universal. So I really appreciate the way that we will have one set of rules. And it wasn't just to make it happen quicker that we decided we would be able to allow bylaws to be superseded. It was also one of those rare moments where we collectively agreed to help local government. So I really support this bill. Thank you.
Simon.
This has just made me realise that this is all about how many people consume alcohol while they're on boats as well. You know, how many of those drownings are people that have had too much to drink and aren't wearing a life jacket? And why is it not in part of the discussion? You're muted. You're muted, Sam. Can't hear you.
Sorry about that, everyone. My computer has one muted me, then two decided to change. Again, my microphone source. It annoys me because even in here, it doesn't have it as it keeps changing the wrong default. Besides the point. Okay, so while I can now be heard, do we have drink driving enforcement when it comes to boats? And also, can people be prosecuted? Because under the current rules with boats, if you are driving in a private capacity, a private boat, all you need is effectively a car full driver's license. But you don't need something higher. But I wonder, you know, could you be done for drink driving on a boat?
I don't know about that. What this makes me think is that yes, they are trying to. It's easier to legislate to make people wear life jackets than it is to legislate against people consuming alcohol on boats.
That is true. Look,
I seriously think that many of those deaths of people average age 50 will be related to on boats.
Yeah. I agree with you there, yeah. And yes, will a drunk person with a life jacket have a higher chance of survival than banning alcohol on boats? And I think you're right on that one. A drunk person with a life jacket falling overboard has a much higher chance of surviving with a life jacket on than banning alcohol on the vessels. Because the other one is, which one's more preventative?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to Simon Court. This will be interesting.
Speaker, Simon Court.
Wonderful to see you in the Speaker's chair again.
Wonderful to see you too.
Starting point of this bill. The evidence that we were presented with the original proposal, the Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill, was insufficient to progress the bill in that form. What we learned is that it would be a very rare occasion where the provisions of the original bill were actually going to save the lives of children and young people what became very clear from the evidence the Select Committee heard was that, in fact, it was adults, and typically men of about my age, going out in small craft with the hero cape on, feeling invincible, or simply not being prepared for when the conditions changed and they needed to take action to make sure that themselves or their passengers were safe. Now, ACT listens to evidence, so we supported the change in scope to include the wearing of life jackets for all people on vessels under 6 metres. But we also support recreational boaties to make good decisions about the safety of their vessel, to understand the conditions they're operating in, and how their passengers need to be protected. But a lot of that comes down to personal responsibility, and it will continue to, because despite changing a law, which is what this bill proposes, in the end, every skipper will continue to be responsible for the safety of their passengers, as they are under the law right now, and they will need to make good judgment calls and make sure that their passengers wear life jackets where appropriate and where required. Now, ACT also believes that there needs to be a reasonable approach to enforcing the wearing of life jackets. And we advocated very strongly for that reasonable approach to be written into law. Because if you go out on a small boat and you're out for the day, you may or may not have a marine toilet. You may or may not be in a depth where you can safely anchor, but on a flat, calm day, say if you're boating off the Bay of Plenty, like my good friend and colleague Cameron Luxton often does, and you want to have a swim off the boat, or you want to have a bit of a play in the water, you're not going to, as he often does, he tells me, you're not likely to be wearing a life jacket to get in and out of the water, so you technically comply with wearing a life jacket on the vessel at all times. So ACT advocated very strongly for a test of reasonableness, so that if a harbour master or anyone else enforcing the law in the future came across a boatie and some passengers who weren't wearing life jackets, or one of them for some reason, that they could say, oh, actually, we understand the law provides for a reasonable reason where you might not be wearing it. And in the legislation, we managed to get some way. The legislation is returned to the House, says that if you're going for a swim, then you don't have to wear a life jacket. Well, who knew? Because who on earth in New Zealand swims with a life jacket, apart from babies and people learning to swim? But the intention in the bill is still not conveyed in sufficient detail, and we'd like to see further improvements, and we hope the member responsible will take those on. Because while going for a swim might make sense, actually there are other reasons why you might not be wearing a life jacket at a certain time. You might be taking a raincoat on and off. You might be donning warmer clothing. You might be going to use the boat's head. And so, for that reason, Madam Speaker, ACT supports the bill as reported back to the House, but we'd also like to see further changes to make it very clear that there must be a reasonable level of responsibility applied to the skipper so they can use their judgment at times when that's appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Andy Foster.
I think it's interesting that he got into enforcement there when there are no declaration of enforcement capabilities within the bill.
And also like the fact of, oh, it's great, but it doesn't fit within it. Like, this is the thing I find frustrating about Simon Court, and I call him, how do I say it, one of Parliament's most useless MPs. Most reactionary MPs. It felt like a typical attack the bill while saying we're supporting it. It's like harbour masters have discretion. They're all not going to be, how do I call it, 1970s, we come in to create havoc people. That will use some common sense. I think it doesn't come helpful in the cost of living crisis that he talks about how Cameron Luxton spends a lot of time out in the boat and swimming. That feels like something that, is out of touch with the common person. But then what do you expect from ACT? I mean, Simon Court can't tell the difference between a Wellington Electricity, privately owned power pole, and a street lamp owned by Wellington City Council. He seems to think Wellington City Council is required for private company maintenance. So, I don't know. I mean,
I just thought it was interesting that he focused on, the enforcement when there's no enforcement written into the
yeah.
bill.
Well, yes, but many people of the persuasion of people like Simon Court, seem to believe the way to get compliance is punishment, punishment, punishment. Yeah.
No, this one seems more like to change behaviour rather than to punish it.
Yeah, and I think he's missed the memo. I think that would be quite an accurate way of saying it. Okay, let's get to Celia Wade's former chair of her Transport Committee when she was mayor and former mayor of Wellington, Andy Foster.
I'm delighted to rise on behalf of New Zealand First and also as the chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, which considered this, well, I'm not sure whether I call it the Life Jacket Bill or the Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Crafts Amendment Bill, because that's the new name that we have suggested that it has. Look, Madam Speaker, it's a delight to actually be able to have a 10-minute call, knowing that I'm not going to have members of my good friends over there on the National Party are going to give me grief about how long I'm going to be speaking for and tell me it's only going to stick with 10 seconds. See now they're onto it already. They cannot help themselves, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker,
you asked for that.
Madam Speaker, when we have a message to say, and we are New Zealand First, we will have a New Zealand First message to say on any piece of legislation, and we will have to say that, because that's important that we make out our space. And while the opposition are being so supportive of that kind of a message as well, if we were going to be more efficient in this House, both sides of the House need to look at the behaviour, depending on whether it's whether it is a government bill time when it's the opposition who are filibustering, or whether it's a Members' Day when it's the National Party who are filibustering. Anyway, it's a great pleasure to have a 10-minute call on this piece of legislation. I wanted to start off just by thanking the Honourable Shane Retty, but also before him the Honourable Cameron Brewer for the work that they have done in shepherding this bill through the process. I wanted to thank the committee, who, as always, really, really collegial, worked very collaboratively together through a really, really good process. So thank you very much for that. You're thoughtful, you listened well to everybody, and I think we've made some really good changes. Well, a lot of really good and substantial changes to the bill, because it's quite a different bill to what it started out as. Also wanted to thank the advisors and the officers of Parliament who supported us, but I also wanted specifically to thank the submitters, because the submitters here were people who, in many cases, were actively involved in water safety. So whether it's the Coast Guards, the Water Safety New Zealand and so on, these are organisations, these are people who have dedicated a lot of their lives to saving other people's lives on the water, and they gave us a lot of really, really good advice. And it was their advice when we went through the process. This bill started off as being targeted at under 15s, and these organisations and a lot of our submitters were very, very strong in saying, actually, the problem is not under 15s. That is a problem, but the main problem is actually adults. And the data there is absolutely crystal clear, as we've already heard. Since 2015, beginning of 2015, 8 children lost their lives as a result of drowning off recreational boating craft. 8 children, so that's far too many. That's 8 too many. But 180 adults lost their lives in that same time. So it made it very, very clear that the problem, children is a problem, but the biggest problem there is actually adults. And we had some really, I thought, really terrible stories that we heard. And you can just imagine the scarring for life which would occur here, where we had children in a boat wearing life jackets, parents in a boat not wearing life jackets, they got into trouble, and the children watched their parents drown. Can you imagine what that does to those children for the rest of their lives? That was avoidable. Those are the things that this legislation is trying to avoid. And if we can save those 10 lives a year, which the estimate is, that's worth doing. Now, I kind of heard from ACT a little bit about personal responsibility there. This is a place where we are stepping in, where the Parliament, where the government is, or the Crown is stepping in to say, actually, we want to mandate that you do wear life jackets in these circumstances. And I'll come to those circumstances in a moment. But I want you to think about another area where we also mandate that you're required to wear a safety device. And we do that to save people's lives and to stop them getting injured. And it is a safety belt. We require people to wear safety belts. We don't say it's up to you to make the choice. We don't say it's personal responsibility. It is everybody's responsibility. And in effect, the state it's got that responsibility, but also the state has a huge investment in every one of us. In every one of us, the state has a huge investment. So it's important for the state. We want our people to survive. We want our people to be part of our community. They're no good to us dead. They're no good to us drowned. So we're taking some responsibility in that area. So anyway, we started out as an under-15s bill. We had strong, informed submission saying that actually we needed to broaden the scope. And actually we did ask the question, Mr Speaker, should we actually just, get this through? It's an improvement. We'll just get the children part of it through and we won't go and do the adults as well. And they said, no, we want you to take the chance, if you like, go back out to consider it again and take it to adults as well. And we took that on. We went back to the business committee and said, can we have an extension of time? Now, we were told, line call, we were told that we could actually have said, well, we'll box on and we'll do it anyway. We will go and expand the scope ourselves. We felt that that would be the wrong thing to do. From a democratic point of view, from a scope of the bill point of view, we felt that that was the wrong thing to do, because there would be potentially people who would submit against taking it to adults who might have not submitted at all or been in favour of children being covered. So we went out again. We think that's the right thing to do. And guess what would happen is that people came back and said, actually, we support the change to the bill. We support it covering adults as well. So we think we have a really, really strong mandate there, and I think we go exactly the right process. There is one other area which we did get some, in the second round, some thought that we could also extend it, and that was the size of the vessels involved. Because we went out, we said 6 metres. We had 6 metres at the waterline to start with, which people said, oh, what's the waterline? If the vessel is more heavily laden or less heavier laden, that becomes a bit of a challenge. So we said, right, okay, well, it's the bow to the stern. Okay, we leave out the motors and all that sort of thing, and we leave out bowsprits. You can't muck around with bowsprits, that sort of thing. So we were clear about what that is. But there were some people who said, well, some submitters who said, well, what about taking it to all recreational craft? And some of those recreational craft, was a super yacht a recreational craft? Okay, you can imagine the super yacht, people on board super yachts saying, well, you've got to wear your life jacket at all times. That would have gone, Paul Henry on a super yacht. That would have gone really, really well. But first of all, there was a scope issue there. We had not consulted on that, and that would have been a really unreasonable thing to do, in my view, in terms of scope. Secondly, lower risk. The larger the vessels, the lower the risk. We certainly heard that. Thirdly, you've got things like sleeper boards. Well, if you're sleeping on board a vessel, the larger the vessel, the more likely you are to be sleeping on board, using a kitchen, whatever else it might be. Doing that with a life jacket probably is not a particularly practical proposition as well. And then there's also that issue, Mr. Speaker, that whatever vessel you're on, even if you don't have to wear the life jacket in a bigger on a larger vessel, you do still at least have to carry sufficient life jackets. And if you're in that situation where it's a time of heightened risk, you're crossing a bar, whatever it might be, really rough conditions, then the skipper's discretion there is to say, actually, I want everybody actually wearing a life jacket at the moment, whether you need to or not. So we felt that those things were well covered. We changed the name. We're recommending changing the name of the bill, as we said, because obviously it's not about under-15s anymore. It's about all ages. So we're recommending that as well. We spent a bit of time discussing the definition of a life jacket, as you've already heard. So life jacket is now all PFDs, or personal flotation devices, rather than the other way around, where personal flotation devices covered life jackets and everything else as well. What is clearer, though, is that each of those devices, you choose which device is most appropriate, whether you're windsurfing, kayaking, and I like Celia Way Brown, I'm also a kayaker. In fact, we've been kayaking quite a number of occasions together, including Cross Cook Strait, which was very, very good. But I wouldn't dream of not wearing a life jacket when I'm kayaking. The appropriate thing to do. And I wear a life jacket. But there are different flotation devices, different life jackets in different circumstances, and people are able to choose those, but they've got to meet the standards that are required. We did have some discussion also about this issue of being underway, whether electronic anchors were okay, whether drifting was okay. We had some concerns in Fish and Game about that, the really slow movement issue. So I think there is an issue there that they might have concerns about. And we also had, Mr. Speaker, some issues around exemptions, which we've already heard a little bit from the ACT Party. The Maritime rule also already has a long list of what are pretty common sense exemptions. I mean, surfing with a life jacket on is going to be a bit strange. We brought in as you've heard, the stand-up paddleboarding in the surf situation, because we had an expiring rule, and we thought, well, let's bring it in so we're reducing the administrative burden there, in this case for the government. We took on board ACT's concerns around things like swimming off a vessel. So we said, look, that's practical. And we've also said quite specifically that we expect harbour masters and enforcement agencies to use common sense when they're enforcing, and discretion when they're enforcing the bylaw. And look, finally, just in terms of implementation, we did want to make sure, and we changed the implementation date to 28 days, we want to make sure there is time to develop a penalty regime, to do the public education. And a lot of our submitters were organisations who will be actively involved in that public education program, and I thank them for that. And finally, the point that Tangi Utakiri raised about the amending the bylaw process. It's not often that government actually helps local government out and makes life easier. Government's very good at loading costs on central government, and we were quite insistent. We said, no, we're not going to do that. So if their bylaws are inconsistent now with the new law, then they can simply just talk to the Director of Maritime Safety and say, look, we want to take those out, rather than have to go and consult. That just saves them a bit of money. And there's no point going to consult on something which is effectively ultra vires or illegal. So thank you, everybody, for the work that's been done, and I commend this bill to the House.
And I have to be honest, I always like Andy's speeches, because Andy's speeches bring out the details and the facts. Like, you probably learnt a lot from what Andy sat there and said there compared to what you probably would have learnt from Simon Court.
I still think it's interesting that this bill is going through this. They haven't got any enforcement capabilities, but they're hinting at it.
Yeah.
Sort of like an afterthought. And it's like they assume coming later. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that he'd like to waste a minute just with banter instead of getting into it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I didn't know he kayaked across the Cook Strait with Celia Wade-Brown from the Green Party.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this was like, was it 2 Wellington City councillors kayak across the Cook Strait? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe that's how you exit the mayoral office. I don't know.
Oh, yes, but I wonder if that was before either of them became mayors. Yeah. Okay, next up, Julian Genter.
5 minutes, Julian Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that I think this might be some of the absolute best work of this entire term of government, and I want to congratulate Chair Annie Foster, the member who is now Honourable Cameron Brewer, who had the bill pulled, and now Honourable Shane Ritty, and all the members of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. Normally, I'm a permanent member of that committee, but I haven't been for most of this bill, just because I've been overseeing the Planning Bill and the Environment Committee, but I'm soon to come back to Transport. I know you all miss me. And my colleague, Celia Wade-Brown, who did excellent work looking after this bill on behalf of the Greens. I think this is such an important issue. And it is, I mean, I'm sure everyone's talked about all the issues, so I probably don't need to repeat them all. But as someone who occasionally gets lucky enough to go on a sailboat with my partner's family who are fond of sailing and don't own a boat but charter boats, and we take our little children on a boat, and never would anyone consider being at sea without wearing a life jacket. But of course, it just makes sense to make that the default for everyone. And I think it's fantastic that the Select Committee listened to the submissions, listened to the evidence, and actually has decided to change the bill to go further to do what people were asking it to do. And this is New Zealand's Parliament working at its absolute best to get sensible outcomes. And I do think it's been too long. We shouldn't have had to wait for a member's bill for this to happen. It should have been on a government program. But as is often the case with these things, like marriage equality, it came from a member's bill, and it was some of the best work this Parliament has done. So good on members' bills and MPs putting in really good constructive members' bills, and having a select committee that's actually treating the issue seriously and taking on board and pushing to actually get the changes that are needed for the bill to do the best job it can do. And I really hope that we see other changes to support this implementation. That means that we can actually reduce our drowning record, which is far, far too high, and it can be much lower. So I commend this bill to the House.
Carlos Chung.
A rising is strong.
Okay, so how did you find the cheeriness of my local MP, Julian Genter?
I'm impressed, to be honest. It's the amount of times that I've heard Julian Genter has come in very critical of other members' bills because of the way that they go about the antagonistic way they go about the bills, whereas this one seems to be collaborative, and it's a nice change. It is a nice change. They've all accepted that this is an area that needs something done.
And you're right about that. Julian does tend to go quite antagonistic on bills from typically if it's something she doesn't agree with.
There's a whole different vibe to this bill, There's a genuine intention to make the bill as good as it can be from everyone who's participated so far.
Yeah. Yeah, wish Parliament was more like that. Okay, let's get to Mount Roskill MP, who might have some water near his electorate, Carlos Chung.
Support for life jacket for children and young person bill, which is now changed to life jacket bill on a second reading. At its heart, this is a bill about protecting lives. It is about making sure that when New Zealanders head out onto the water, whether they are fishing, boating, kayaking, paddleboarding, or simply enjoy a day with their families, that they can come home safely. This bill is about strengthening their chance through clear, practical, and common sense measures that promote wearing of life jackets. New Zealanders have a deep connection with the water. The water is part of who we are. We are surrounded by it. We grow up around it. We enjoy it. But we also know that our water can be unforgiving. Weather can change within minutes. Calm conditions can become dangerous without warning. Even experienced bodies can find themselves in trouble. This is why this bill matters. It is a practical piece of legislation. It is evidence-based, and most importantly, it saves lives. One of the highlights of this bill has been the Select Committee process. I want to acknowledge the work of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, which is led by Chair Andy Foster. But above all, I want to thank every person and organisation who took the time to make a submission. In this House, we often talk about public participation in the lawmaking process. This law shows exactly why that participation matters. The Select Committee is not simply another stage in passing legislation. It's not about just listening to the submitters, their feedback. It's not about just listening. It is where New Zealanders can bring their expertise, their experience, and sometimes their personal stories to Parliament. It is where legislation is tested, challenged, and ultimately improved. This is exactly what's happened with this bill. We heard from Water Safety New Zealand, Coast Guard NZ, Maritime NZ, emergency responder, boating clubs, and members of public who care deeply about keeping people safe on the water. Many submitters make one very clear point. If the purpose of this bill is to save lives, then it should not be limited by age. The committee listened. Because of the thoughtful and constructive feedback we received, we agreed to expand the scope of the bill so that it's applied to people of all ages. I think this is one of the strongest outcomes of the Select Committee process. It demonstrates that public submissions are not simply listened to, they are generally shaped legislation. This is democracy working exactly as it should. To everyone who made a submission, thank you. You have strengthened this bill. Your voices have made this legislation better. And because of your contribution, this bill has the potential to save even more lives. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Mount Moscow, I want to speak about what this bill means to my community. I have a chance to visit Coast Guard base in Auckland and talk about what does it mean to my community. I've been realized that many families from Mount Moscow actually enjoy spending time on the water, whether it is fishing, boating, or spending a weekend with families. One of the most popular destinations is Manukau Harbour. The Manukau Harbour is also one of the New Zealand's most challenging waterways. It consistently tops Water Safety NZ list of the country's high-risk water safety baseball. Its powerful tidal currents, shifting sandbanks, narrow channels, and rapidly changing conditions make it one of the highest risk areas in the country. Many Aucklanders know how quickly conditions can change there. What makes the harbour especially challenging is its unique geographic position. Rescue teams require extra travel time before they are able to reach an incident. When every minute counts, those extra minutes can mean the difference between life and death. This is why wearing a life jacket is so critical. A life jacket keeps a person afloat. It helps them conserve energy. It helps keep their air rays above the water. Most importantly, it significantly increases the chance that they will still be alive when the rescuer reaches them. Simply put, a life jacket buys time. For those who enjoy the activities in Manukau Harbour, that extra time means everything. This bill recognizes that reality. It is not about taking away people's freedom to enjoy our waterway. It is about making sure they come home after work.
That's right. Well done.
This legislation is about creating a stronger culture of safety. Changing behaviour does not happen overnight. But Parliament has an important role in setting expectations. We have seen this before. Seatbelts were once resisted. Motorcycle helmets were once debated. Today, those measures are accepted because they work. And I hope that in time, wearing a life jacket becomes just as automatic. Before someone starts the engine, before someone leaves the boat ramp, before someone heads out to fish, putting on a life jacket should become second nature, because prevention is always better than rescue. I also want to acknowledge those who work behind the scene as helping in this legislation to where it is today. I want to thank you, Minister Honourable James Maker, Honourable Cameron Brewer, who is originally the bill carrier, and now Dr. Shane Reddy for their commitment and support throughout the development of this bill. Much of the work that goes into this legislation happens away from public eyes. It involves careful policy work, engagement with stakeholders, collaboration across government, and a genuine commitment to improve outcome for New Zealanders. I also want to acknowledge the official, committee staff, departmental advisor, and everyone who has contributed to this legislation. Good legislation is never the work of one person. It is the result of many people working together with a common purpose. Ultimately, this bill is about something very simple. Every life lost on our waterways is one too many. Behind every statistic is a family, a parents, a child, a partner, a friend, people whose lives are changed forever by a tragedy that, in many cases, should have been prevented. If wearing a life jacket can give someone a better chance of survival, if this legislation encourages more New Zealanders to wear one, if even one family is spared the heartbreak of losing a loved one, then this bill would have been worthwhile. This is why I support it. It has been strengthened by the public participation. It reflects common sense. It promotes a culture of safety. And most importantly, it will help save lives. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge all the rescue personnel, all the volunteers, and all water safety advocates who tirelessly to save life and keep New Zealanders safe on our waterways. Like Dr. Shamretti just mentioned just now, I think this Saturday will be the World Drowning Prevention Day, and there will be a multiple event happening in Auckland. I encourage people to go there, to have a look, to understand more, to understand how a life jacket can save life, how you can handle when you are drowned, how can you keep calm, and ensure you can preserve energy so you can earn more time for the rescuer to come to rescue you. But also here, I also like to say, I want to thank you all the people, all the volunteers, because their courage, dedication, and commitment to educate the public and responding when emergency arises make a huge difference. It makes between life and death. And this bill supports your effort. And I hope that it will ensure more people will come home safely. I commend this bill to the House.
I think that is the longest speech I have seen from Carlos Chiang.
But isn't it nice to see everybody focusing on reducing harm, saving lives, rather than using this as some form of fucking election campaign?
Yes.
You know, how often do we see that in our parliament? I mean, it does happen, but it,
not enough.
Seeing them all work collaboratively to improve a bill, that's quite encouraging.
Yeah. Okay. Any last words you want to say on this bill before we go to a break? Because as you said earlier, I think I'm going to need to head to the loo.
No, I'm all good, thanks.
Okay. So we'll take a quick break and we'll see you back for our third bill, which is the Criminal Record Clean State Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill. So we'll see you after the break.
It's not your usual question time fight. No whipping lines or party spite. The order papers flip today. Backbench dreams now lead the way. No cabinet script, no iron grip. Just conscience votes and a loosened lip. From left to right, the lines all blur. You vote the bill, not the party stir. And you can feel it in the air. Something rare inside the chair. On Members Day. First up comes a moral plea, the modern slavery bill for all to see. But act shifts in its seat unsure, support in shadows but not secure. Next a tweak to money flow, financial markets and a national money transfer. Like New Zealand National Party just shrugs it away, thumbs its nose, not today. Lines are drawn then redrawn. Olympics gets all the same. Unanimous, a rare hooray. The residential tenancies amendment bill goes through clean. It's a partisan, if you know what I mean. 6 sides not in brief display of peace, just for Members' Day. But not all bills get easy rides. Some split the house on deeper sides. A life or death line comes to call. How do we help when people fall? The drug overdose protection bill hits the floor. Safety tests or something more. National and NZ first say abstain. No half measures to dull the pain while others argue. Test, don't preach. Save a life within our reach. Conscience votes, conscience votes. No party line in MP's notes. From radical left to market right, they clash all day, then share a bite. It's Members' Day, unpredictable play, where rivals might just find a way to cross the aisle, to make a stand or kill a bill they can't withstand. No government script to guide the way, just 50 shades of yeah and nay. Hey, not flawed, but come what may, that's Parliament on Members' Day.
And welcome back. And any catch-ups that you had during the break? Got any news such as good sports results or something?
No, I was reading the bill.
Oh, okay. But yes, you probably remember Nandor Tankos with the original members' bill that brought in the clean slate provisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, that's the thing there. That's been around for, all of my adult life.
Yeah, so I was just trying to get a better understanding of what it's changing, what it's bringing about that's different to the original.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
So, shall we let it get off with Tangi Otakera?
Yep.
Now, realise I accidentally dropped the wrong thing, dropped off. So, let's kick it off. But no, you can move on, Vanessa Wienick. Let's get Tangi on board.
Fixing the basics and building the future.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Lifejackets for Children and Young Persons Bill, second reading.
And Mr Clark, there is a new name for the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're welcome. Maritime Transport Lifejackets on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on members' order of the day, number 3.
Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Tangi Utakere.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, for his considerable work in developing and drafting this legislation. During my time in Parliament, Dr Webb has long advocated for a justice system that balances accountability with rehabilitation, and I'm grateful for his expertise and guidance in helping bring this bill before the House. This bill is founded on a simple principle. People who have genuinely turned their lives around should have the opportunity to move forward with their lives. New Zealanders believe in accountability. We expect people who offend to face the consequences of their actions. But I also believe New Zealanders believe in rehabilitation, redemption and second chances. And this bill seeks to strengthen that principle. The current clean slate regime has helped many New Zealanders move on from mistakes made earlier in life. This has been a good move by the Parliament when former MP Nandor Tankos navigated that bill through this House 22 years ago. But there remains a group of people who are still permanently excluded from the scheme, not because they continue to offend, not because they present an ongoing risk, but because years or even decades later, after they received a sentence for offending that falls within the current exclusion criteria. Madam Speaker, it is important to be clear about what this bill does and does not do. This bill is not about every offence that results in imprisonment. It is also important to be clear that in this context, a custodial sentence is broader than a prison sentence alone. It does include sentences like corrective training, preventive detention, imprisonment served by way of home detention, borstal training, detention centre training, or any other sentence requiring the full-time detention of an individual. In the context of a custodial sentence, this bill is focused on people convicted of Category 2 offences who received a sentence of less than 12 months and who have subsequently demonstrated at least 10 years of lawful behaviour. Eligibility would also extend to individuals who have been subject to an indefinite period of disqualification from driving if they have completed a 10-year rehabilitation period. Those are people who, under the current law, may have no pathway to a clean slate despite remaining offence-free for a decade or more and demonstrating that they have successfully rehabilitated themselves. And this bill creates an opportunity for those individuals to be covered by the clean slate regime. Madam Speaker, since this bill has been drawn from the biscuit tin, I've heard from individuals, and I want to thank them for sharing their experiences with me. These are people who had accepted responsibility for their actions, served their sentences, and spent years rebuilding their lives, only to find themselves continually held back by decisions that had been made years earlier. They have told me about job opportunities that were lost because of a conviction from many years ago. They've spoken about doors being closed, despite having worked hard to rebuild their lives. Many of these stories relate to offending that occurred in their youth, mistakes they readily acknowledge, mistakes for which they accepted responsibility, but mistakes that continue to have consequences decades later. These are not people who have sought to avoid accountability. They have already been held accountable and they've paid the price demanded by the courts and by society. What they have been asking for is the opportunity to be judged on who they had become rather than who they once were. A clear desire to be recognised for the person they are today, not solely for decisions they made years ago. Madam Speaker, members will know of people in their own communities who have rebuilt their lives after offending. They have found employment, although that may have been a difficult path for some to achieve. They have raised families. They have volunteered in their communities. They have become productive and valued members of our society. Yet they continue to face barriers because of something that happened many years ago. A person who has remained offence-free for 10 years has personal responsibility. They have demonstrated sustained behavioural change. They've demonstrated that they are not defined by the worst mistake they may have ever made. Madam Speaker, this bill recognises that reality. It does not erase history. It does not rewrite what occurred. It simply recognises that there comes a point when someone's history should not be a permanent barrier to their future. Let me be very clear. This is a bill that is targeted and measured. It does not apply to all offending, and it does not create a blanket entitlement to the clean slate provisions. It is focused on a limited category of former offenders who have received relatively short custodial sentences or an indefinite period of disqualification from driving, and who have then demonstrated at least a decade of lawful behaviour. The 10-year lawful behaviour requirement remains a significant threshold. 10 years is a long time. It is not a token period. It is longer as a period than the 7-year provision currently in the Act. And as such, it represents a sustained commitment to living within the law. If someone reoffends, they will not qualify. This is not about excusing criminal behaviour. It is about recognising genuine rehabilitation where it has occurred. Madam Speaker, the Justice Committee of this Parliament considered the petition of Leah Lupala, who called for amendments to the clean slate eligibility and reported back in August of 2024. Ms Lupala had a previous indefinite disqualification from driving, which presented a challenge in securing employment for her because of the required security checks during the job application process. This is despite regaining a full driver's licence in 1998 and maintaining a clean record since her conviction more than 30 years ago. The committee helpfully looked at how this issue is tackled by other jurisdictions. Some Australian jurisdictions allow the non-disclosure of some custodial convictions after a person has been conviction-free for 10 years. Ireland allows convictions that result in short custodial sentences to be concealed following a conviction-free period of 7 years. The United Kingdom has similar provisions. Madam Speaker, the Justice Committee formed the unanimous view that some of the criteria for obtaining a clean slate may be unduly restrictive. In their report, they said this: an indefinite loss of licence could be a threshold that unreasonably prevents the achievement of employment opportunities. They also referenced that the current law has prevented people from being eligible for a clean slate where they have custodial convictions during the 1980s and 1990s for offences that would be considered minor today. They formed the view that the current Act should be reviewed to allow former offenders who have sustained good behaviour to be given the opportunity to reintegrate fully into our society. And they recommended that the Act be reviewed to better enable former offenders to gain meaningful employment that could improve their rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Madam Speaker, sending this bill to Select Committee will provide for that opportunity to occur. I also want to be clear that if this bill receives the support of the House tonight and proceeds to Select Committee, I will approach that process with an open mind. I am open to feedback, I'm open to refinement, and I'm open to amendments that might emerge through a robust Select Committee process. Madam Speaker, if there are improvements that can be made, then Select Committee is the place to make them, because the objective is to ensure that we get the policy settings right. Madam Speaker, in closing, at its heart, this bill asks a very simple question. Should there be a pathway forward for people who have spent a decade or more proving that they have changed? And I believe there should be. I believe accountability and rehabilitation can coexist together. I believe public safety and second chances can coexist together. And I believe New Zealand is stronger when we recognise that people are capable of change. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that will make a meaningful difference. It's a bill that affects real people, real families, and provides real opportunities for change. It affects New Zealanders who made mistakes, accepted responsibility, turned their lives around, and now simply seek the chance to be judged on the lives they have built since. For those reasons, I commend this bill to the House, and I urge members to support its referral to the Select Committee so that New Zealanders can have their say and that Parliament can properly consider this important issue. Thank you.
So on the face of it, what do you think?
This feels like they're going through trying to find a way to catch all the people who fell through the cracks of the original legislation. You know, the people who the original legislation overlooked or missed out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like we're dealing with the most dangerous people on the planet here.
Yeah. Okay, so breaking down what the bill sits there and says here, expands the eligibility for New Zealand's clean state scheme, allows some people with historic convictions to have their criminal records treated as clean slate after a prolonged period of lawful behaviour. The bill based the principle that people who have demonstrated and sustained rehabilitation should not continue to face barriers from old offending. Who would be eligible to who would gain additional eligibility? People who have served a custodial sentence less than 12 months. They must have completed 10 years of rehabilitation period after finishing their custodial sentence. Their custodial sentence must be related to Category 2 offences under the Criminal Procedures Act 2011. The 10 years must be consecutive. People who have been subjected to mandatory driving disqualification for repeat offences, they can become eligible after 10 years of rehabilitation period. The 10-year period after the last relevant driving disqualification order ceased to have effect. The bill would specifically refer to orders under the Land Transport Act of 1998 or the former Transport Act of 1962. Rehabilitation requirements. Bill defines a rehabilitation period as a period where the individual has not been convicted of any offence. The clean slate eligibility rules also amend the specified minimum 7 consecutive rehabilitation period for existing pathways. What the bill does not do, it does not automatically clear every criminal record after 10 years. The additional eligibility provision applies only to a certain group of people covered by the new Section 7A. Other existing clean slate eligibility requirements continue to apply. For people with custodial sentences, the bill limits the new pathway to sentences of less than 12 months and of Category 2 offences. Changes to the Clean Slate Act. Amend the Criminal Record Clean Slate Act of 2004. Insert a new Section 7A creating additional eligibility under the scheme. Update the definition of eligible individual to include a person who has qualified under the new Section 7A. Update the rules governing what happens if a person who has clean slate eligible is subsequently convicted of another offence. Transitional provisions. The bill creates a transitional arrangement for people who become eligible under the new rules. The provision can apply to certain requests for disclosure of criminal records made before the new Section 7A comes into force when individually subsequently become eligible. Commencement of the bill. The bill would come into force the day after it receives royal assent. Policy rationale. The bill argues that the people who committed the offence, sometimes when young or often affected by addiction, can continue to face consequences long after they have changed their behaviour. It's argued that expanding clean slate eligibility could encourage rehabilitation, reward sustained law-abiding behaviour, give people a genuine fresh start, improve access to better paid employment. The stated goal is to reduce the ongoing impact of historic offending on people's employment and economic prospects. Bottom lines, current system, some people remain permanently excluded from clean state eligibility because of factors such as custodial sentence or mandatory driving disqualifications. Proposed changes create an additional pathway for certain people who have demonstrated 10 years of consecutive without a conviction. Two key groups, people who have received custodial sentence less than 12 months for a qualifying Category 2 offence, people who receive a mandatory driving disqualification for repeat offending. Core principle, a person who has demonstrated a long period of rehabilitation should have a greater opportunity to move beyond the consequences of historic offending.
It feels like they're just amending the bill to bring in the people who were excluded originally, because maybe it wouldn't have got through the House if they'd been included.
That's interesting. I mean, I probably would say when the Act went through Parliament, I wouldn't have even known it was even happening at the time. Do you remember following it back when it went through Parliament in 2003, 2004?
No, I don't. But it does. This members' bill does feel like it's filling in the gaps, and I'm just suspecting that these are gaps that exist because the bill wouldn't have got through originally if they'd been included.
Yeah.
22 years ago or whatever it was. Because there was a lot of opposition at the time, because there's a lot of people that are very invested in tough on crime.
Yes, you are so right. Some people, I mean, I'd love to know where Rima Narkley sits actually on this, because she's one who seems to feel that, continuational punishment is, she's one who's keeps wanting to push to keep the punishment coming until the point where it ends up becoming irrelevant.
I like this bill because it does acknowledge the concept of rehabilitation in a what's the word? In a real way, rather than just as a concept.
Yeah. Okay.
You get rehabilitated, you should be rewarded.
Yeah. Let's get on to Tim Costley to see where National sits on this.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Tim Costley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And can I just start by acknowledging the member for Palmerston North, who is in charge of this bill and leading this through this process. I think it's an issue. It's a really worthwhile issue for this House to be considering. And, when we think about the fundamental principle of Parliament and what it is that we're here to do, I think these kind of issues that have no easy answer necessarily are good ones to tease out and to think about and to have this conversation. And there has been a process over the last 3 years now that National has been in government where we have looked to conduct a bit of a reset of the justice system that focuses more on the victim and less on the offender. And there are a number of things, and they might get rattled off later this evening, whether it's, the sentencing discounts that we've seen that we think there should be a limit to. There's a number of times that you can say, I'm sorry, and get a discount for that, but ultimately that's not something you can keep repeating. Bringing back policies like 3 strikes, which had made a marked material difference in terms of limiting reoffending and the most serious and violent crimes, changes for sexual offenders, things that actually bring back the victim to the heart of the system. And I do think that's appropriate. But I also am caught in those sort of parallel railroads, and the member himself referred to it at the end of this isn't his language, but this is mine, of consequence and grace. Of when things go wrong, when people make poor choices, there is a consequence. But there has to be a parallel track of how do we reintegrate people to society. And I always have tried to live by the principle of second chance, not second best. That people will inevitably make mistakes. I don't think at that point we write them off forever, that we say, well you're not good now, we need to find the second best person because you've blown it. Actually, people do deserve a second chance. And I guess that lies at the heart of the 2004 legislation that brought about clean slate policy as it stands today, is that people fundamentally deserve a second chance. I guess the question, and I'm wrestling with this as we speak, is that the question is, what does that look like? And where do we draw the line? And we say, well, for less than 12 months, a 10-year. And do we say, well, what if it's less than 18 months or 2 years? Does that go out to a 15-year? How do we draw this? And this is the issue that I think that this House has been asked to grapple with tonight, to say, where do we draw the line? Because I absolutely agree with the fundamental principle that I think sits behind this, and I think probably motivates the member who originally wrote this bill and brought it to the House, is how do we reintegrate people when they have committed a crime? And previously this House has agreed that we draw the line on custodial sentences, and as I think was articulately explained, it's not just about imprisonment, there are some other ones that qualify as a custodial sentence. But that was always the line. If you get a custodial sentence where you are held or your life is run by corrections 24 hours a day, effectively, that is where we drew the line. And to get a custodial sentence, we should be clear, is significant. And the offending that leads to that point is significant. And there are a number of pathways that allow people to avoid convictions or to have those convictions removed down track. There is a diversion pathway that exists in our justice system up front. People get discharged without conviction for some. Then people may receive a conviction but have that removed under the clean slate. I don't think anyone in this House will be arguing that we shouldn't have pathways for people that allow them either at the time or further down track to have a life that isn't ultimately run by past convictions. But what is the point that we change that? And here's something I think about when I think about this. If the argument is, well, it's 10 years of no reoffending, it's 10 years of good behaviour, and the criteria that are well listed in this bill, then they can start again. I also wonder if that's inherently wrong in and of itself, because surely all of us want to see, and those that work with people in this space want to see people reintegrate into society. It is not okay to say, well, you've served your custodial sentence of perhaps 6 months, wait 10 years and then we'll reintegrate you. And I know that's not what anyone's advocating for, because this country used to be run not on box ticking and rules, it was run on judgment, not compliance. It was run on the reliance on someone giving that person a chance, of saying, yep, they made some poor chances, they've done their time, now it relies on someone ultimately being willing to give them a chance. And I don't think the legislation in and of itself will change that, because we need someone to give them a chance after 1 month or after 6 months or after 1 year. We cannot be waiting until 10 years. There needs to be a pathway to rehabilitation. People need to give them an opportunity, and that will not change regardless of which way this bill goes. So we shouldn't pretend that this is the solution in isolation. I'm not suggesting that's what anyone is saying, but we shouldn't say that passing this will fix an issue that has been identified. I acknowledge there is an issue that was taken to the Petitions Committee a couple of years ago. But I think there's also another subtext here. There is another underlying principle. We've talked about the grey side, which is the consequence, or even the deterrent, which is to say, yes, we believe people deserve a second chance, but that doesn't mean that we should remove in entirety the consequence. And yes, it will weigh heavy on people having to carry convictions where they've received a custodial sentence with them for the rest of their life. That shouldn't prohibit them from reintegrating society to proving their value, and the member over there used the language being judged on who they have become, not what they had done previously. I think that's really eloquently put. People should be judged on what they have become, but that doesn't mean that in all cases we remove the record of what they had been, of what they had committed and what caused a custodial sentence. That is a pretty significant threshold. And so I think there is something of a deterrent in that. And if we were to remove it at this point, if the House may say, actually, we think this is worth testing, it goes to Select Committee, and that would be an opportunity for a really robust debate on this and scrutiny and the ability to change and tweak and find the pathway through. But if the House was to say, actually, we think that's okay, I guess the question is, what next? Is that the ultimate end state? Because in 2004, we thought we'd reached that with 7 years for non-custodial sentences. Is 10 years for a custodial sentence less than 12 months? Is there another step? At what point do we actually say we need to have a deterrent in our justice system? We actually do have to draw the line, and that is uncomfortable, but so is the offending that gets us there. People have to live with that for the rest of their life if they are the victim. And that doesn't get removed after 10 years. So I do think there's a principle that actually says we want to put the victims at the centre of this. That actually we do want to remember that the consequence of some of this offending, albeit that person might have reformed, other people may have to live with this for a long time. And in some ways, having that stay on the record just records. It might be validating the victim's experience. It may be a number of things. It doesn't need to prohibit a pathway to rehabilitation, but it also doesn't kind of say, hey, this didn't happen, this didn't exist, you don't matter. Now, again, I want to emphasise, I know that no one is saying that, but I do wonder when we start to unlock this and we do just start to have a little bit of mission creep where the line moves forward a little further and then a little further, where does it end? Where does it end? Is our focus on what's best for the offender? And this it is, but of the wider system, it must surely be on the victims and inherently in the first place, trying to prevent these crimes from being committed. That's what we're after. That's what is at the heart of our justice system, is that the whole reason we have custodial sentences isn't just to say you did the wrong thing, you must pay a price. It is to say we want to deter people from ever making that poor decision at the right time. And so when we consider this, Madam Speaker, the National Party position is that we think the line was drawn in the right place in the original one with non-custodial sentences. It may be the will of the House that we want to look at this further in Select Committee, and we would of course engage in that in a really robust and careful manner to ensure that we can get the best result for the people of New Zealand. But I think the fundamental principle we're bringing here is, yes, we believe in second chance. Yes, we believe that there needs to be a pathway back, but we also believe in that parallel railway track of consequence tied to deterrence. And it is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that the National Party won't be supporting this bill.
Well, that feels very, what do you call it, stick in the mud territory.
That was an awful lot of words to say, still tough and crime.
Yeah. Well, here gets even more interesting is the fact that they haven't, when you sit down there and actually, what's it called? You look at the thing on there. It looks like it also passed universally as well. So did the National Party during the speeches decided not to sit down there and look at that? But I mean, it's a very long-winded way to sit there and say, yeah, we're not going to sit there and do it, and to say, well, it's debated so long ago, it would sit there and be, you know, it was debated so long ago, so why should it be relitigated? But that's the whole point about having laws is, you know, people's opinions, society moves on. I mean, when that law passed, gay marriage was illegal. You know, gay marriage has been legal since 2012. You know, as an example, that was in there. I mean, you know, we used to sit there and have a thing that, what do you call it, two consenting male adults having sex with each other was a criminal offence. Now we don't even bother sticking our nose into people's bedrooms. It's, you know, there's a lot that it sits there. It feels quite disappointing, that speech, and it just feels very tone deaf, because how many national supporters would sit there and opt to not participate in Clean Slate because they believe in consequences if they're on the receiving end? I doubt any person who votes National who is in the receiving boat of being eligible for Clean Slate will be taking full advantage of it, just like they would if they had a community services card, just like they do with the winter energy payment of New Zealand Super, and if necessary, getting the unemployment benefit.
Well, here's what I suspect. I can't remember, but I suspect that National didn't support the original bill. But now they're happy with the original bill, but they don't want to support this amendment to extend it. They're just late.
Just late to the game. Yep,
But
I like that.
Also, I think that they're desperate to cling on to their tough on crime label.
Yeah, oh God. And they would still tell those people disadvantaged by the court, say, why don't you just pull yourself up by the bootstraps? As well, yeah.
Yeah, it almost feels like they feel that some people should carry the mark for all their life without any chance of redemption.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's get on to Mike Davidson from the Greens.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in support of this bill. And I'd like to acknowledge Tangi Tikeri for the work he's done on this bill, and also that of Nandor Tanjos 22 years ago, who helped obviously navigate the Clean Slate Act as we see it today. Obviously the Green have had a history with this Act, and also recently Chloe Swarbrick also called for the scheme to be extended to cannabis convictions. This bill actually makes a lot of sense, and it's quite surprising to hear that the member on the other side talk about second chances. It felt like people deserve second chances, yeah, nah, from Tim Costley. When you actually have a look at what this bill is achieving, it is not much of an extension. It is for people that have served less than 12 months of a custodial sentence and then have been had a rehabilitation period of 10 years. That is a significant amount of time without reoffending. For people to actually be in custodial sentence for such a short period of time and then spend another 10 years actually living a good life, being part of society, actually this would make sense to extend it, so therefore they can actually make it more easier for them to reintegrate into society, because we know that people that do have records on their records do struggle sometimes to find gainful employment, do struggle in society. This is an opportunity to extend this ever so slightly to actually make it a lot more beneficial for many more people. So the Green Party support this members' bill and acknowledge the work of the MP to my right. Kia ora.
Laura McClure.
That's a very short speech from Mike Davidson. Usually I'm used to the green ones being a lot longer.
Just wholehearted support for the bill.
True. And I mean, hey, they haven't got that. You know, they have Mike Davidson reading it, not Lawrence Sunan, so it's probably a positive thing.
Well, he did point out that this has been from.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what comes from. Friend of the show, Laura McClure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I just want to congratulate the member, Tanya Utakere, on having his members' bill pulled from the tin. It's awfully lucky. And also, I want to acknowledge the work that the Honourable Duncan Webb has done on this in the past. Now, ACT is quite tough on crime. Like, we're known as the party that puts victims first. We also make things up, but that's okay. Oh, okay. You might want to see if we're supporting this bill first from the other side over there before you give us some kind of heckling that I think is completely untrue and uncalled for. But look, the thing is, we do actually believe people can change. And when you look at particularly our young people, under 25s, the types of behaviours and the type of things that they can get up to in that age group that can go on and have huge consequences for the rest of their lives for very small mistakes that they may have made. We believe if they've turned their lives around that they should actually be, that should be counted for something. So ACT is actually going to support this bill to Select Committee, and it's for that reason that we do actually believe in second chances, and it's because we are tough on crime. We do believe that people should take accountability and responsibility for their actions, but we also believe that something that you did when you were younger, that you took responsibility for, that you may have turned your life around and you follow on for the next 10 years and completely clean. You have a completely clean slate, that you should actually be able to go out there and make that official. Because, like the previous national member spoke about, just because you've had an offence and you should be working to rehabilitation straight away, and you should be given second chances by employers, all of those things are true. That should happen right away where possible. But the truth is, sometimes those little things that hang over you for a really long time can be really significant. So look, we actually agree. ACT is prepared to support this Select Committee, but I think there are a couple of things that we want to flag as well. We want the Select Committee to ensure the bill doesn't unintentionally limit access to criminal history where information is legitimately needed to protect the public. We think that's really important. It's also important to remember that the Clean Slate Act is statute agnostic. A change here doesn't just affect one act. It can have implications across a wide range of legislation that relies on criminal record information. So I think it would be really important for a Select Committee to look at that and how this change would actually impact other pieces of legislation and the wider system. For example, declaring a criminal offence before travelling overseas, etc. So I think these are things that we just need to make sure we look at. And this is exactly why Select Committee scrutiny is going to be really important. We need to understand the full consequences before extending this eligibility further. ACT will approach this bill constructively with an open mind while making sure that any expansion of clean slate protections maintains appropriate safeguards and public confidence. And we hope that those young people that made a mistake when they were younger, that they've turned their lives around, that they are actually given a second chance. Commend this bill to House.
Madam Speaker.
Well, I've got more confidence in Laura McClure after what she just sat there and said there. Of understand, once you've been held accountable, you should not forever continuously be held accountable beyond the punishment.
Yeah. I'm glad that they're supporting the bill to Select Committee, but I don't trust them to not play politics with it after that.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, you are right on that one. Yeah. So let's see what comes from Casey Costello.
Honourable Casey Costello.
And so I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill, and I commend the member Tanya Utakere for both your speech and your approach to this legislation. I think it is a worthwhile cause. I will state from the outset that New Zealand First will be supporting the legislation through to Select Committee. It is on two aspects that New Zealand First supports this, in that we absolutely acknowledge the importance of holding people accountable for crime, absolutely hold as a core value that people need to be accountable for their actions. But as the member Tangi Tikiri said, this is about accountability, but it is recognising that once you have been held accountable and you have redeemed yourself over a period of time, that you should be able to reap the benefits of turning your life around. And this is about those hard-working Kiwi battlers that do decide that they can turn their lives around, that they can be accountable to their families, to their children, to their new lives, and therefore they should have the benefit of being recognised for the fact that they have delivered those positive outcomes. As the member before me has spoken, there is some considerations that we think will be needed to be thrashed out through the select committee process. I think it is important to recognise that we are in an era that historical offending can be reported, and therefore understanding the implications of historical offences that may have been committed well before the 10-year period of clean slate, how that has implications on the clean slate period, even though the offending may have occurred well before, but the conviction may occur well after. There is some nuances in that space that I think is necessary to work through in this, the way we manage this. The other aspect is touched on is the ability to access records. We are in a realm where profiling and understanding offenders is critically important to solving historical crimes. That is the nature of how criminal investigations operate, and they do. We've had real leaders in this field in our enforcement agencies to understand. So having access to historical records of offences of things that have occurred are necessary in this space, unfortunately. And we know that for particularly in the instances of offending against children and sexual offending, victims can take quite some time to come forward and be brave enough and strong enough to report those incidents. So I think those are the things that I know will be worked through in a robust select committee process, and I commend the member for his assurance that this process will be entered into robustly with an open dialogue to ensure that we aren't unintentionally creating a harder pathway for victims who step forward. So I think those are important considerations as we work through this legislation. Fundamentally, I think that we are, the clean slate process is about redeeming, and I think all of us have family and friends that have strayed off the path, that have done things that they have regretted. Even in adult life, in raw emotion times, it's not necessarily when you're a child. People do get pushed to limits. They make bad decisions over a range of different drivers, and that can be as a result of addiction, it can be as a result of emotional or mental harm that has been occurring at any given time. And so therefore you can do things in a momentary lapse that is out of character, and therefore once you have served your time, you have been held accountable, you have demonstrated your commitment to never do that again. I think that society should be open enough to ensure that your life isn't ruined through those momentary lapses or youth indiscretion. So I think it is a useful piece of bill. I think it is a useful piece of legislation. I think it will be an important select committee process to work through. I'm sure there will be a number of submitters who will come at it from angles that this House hasn't considered, but I think it will be important in that process to ensure that we do recognise that everyone is redeemable, and rehabilitation does allow for people to move on with their lives once they have served their time. So therefore, New Zealand First will be commending the bill to the House.
Well, National, I wonder how the speeches are going to change, considering National are now the odd one out in the House, considering both New Zealand First and ACT are willing to sit there and support the bill.
I have to say that I think Casey Costello's speech reflected her experience as a police officer.
A lot of her speeches do, and the same as with Andy, who reflects it from his experience, his vast experience in local government. Often when you hear Casey's ones, a lot of it is from industry background. Yeah.
But she's seen the human side of law enforcement from the front line in a way that other people in her caucus haven't.
Yeah.
Small confession, her older siblings used to babysit for me in the 60s.
As in, you were the one being babysat?
Casey Costello's older siblings used to babysit for me. They lived across the road 60 years ago. 60 years ago.
Up in Auckland?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I know she's originally from the, from the South Auckland area, as in Papakura. Yeah. God, it's a small world. Was she Casey Costello back then?
She wasn't born.
Oh, she wasn't born.
No, her older siblings.
Oh,
I've only interacted with her older siblings. We moved away before she was born.
oh, okay. Oh, heck. That's very scary. It's like, I think siblings, but she wasn't born then. Oh, yeah. Okay, next up is Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendments Bill in the name of my colleague Tangi Utikiri. And can I congratulate my friend and colleague on his bill getting to this point. And it is heartening, Madam Speaker, to hear that there is support from across the chamber for what is a sensible bill, and that it is likely tonight to proceed through to Select Committee. And that is very heartening to hear. Madam Speaker, as has been traversed tonight, we all know that the Clean Slate scheme has been in place since 2004, and that has worked very well. It has given people the opportunity to have a second chance and to be able to continue with their lives, having, I guess, done the punishment for their crime, and then had a period of 7 years where there's been no more offences, and it has worked very well. But there are some examples that we can see where people have also, who have committed a crime, who have done the time, have then led a blemish-free life, and wanted to be fully reintegrated back into society, have been unable to do that. And there's two reasons why that is the case. One is because if there has been a custodial sentence, people are ineligible for a clean slate approach, even if it has been for a very short period of time. And secondly, people who've had an indefinite disqualification from driving for repeat offences are ineligible as well, even if they've then, as Mr Utikere has talked about, a particular case, again, led a blemish-free life, unable to then have that wiped from the public record in order to be able to proceed their life within society. And so this is a good bill because it focuses on specific offences listed under Category 2, and I'm just going to read out what some of those are. Things such as low-value theft, possession of cannabis for personal use, first or second drink driving and driving while disqualified offences, and these would have to have a custodial sentence of less than 12 months, and then a conviction-free period of 10 years after that time. And those are offences where they are not considered as serious as others, so under the Category 3 and Category 4 offences. And I think most of us in the Parliament would agree that offences listed in those Category 3 and Category 4 categories are the type that we do, I think, really important that we do keep on the public record. Things like family violence offences and breaches of protection orders, supplying or dealing drugs. It's a very different offence to someone who has had cannabis for personal use, arson, driving causing death or injury. These are the types of offences that are not covered by this bill, and I think that is the right line for it to have been arrived at. And so, Madam Speaker, I think it's excellent to hear that parties from the government benches are going to support an opposition member's bill on what is a sensible bill, and also be willing to actually have a really robust conversation at Select Committee around any potential changes to ensure that it will be workable and that it will be fair. Madam Speaker, earlier tonight we passed the bill around Lifejacket use, and I think it was an example of the committee taking a long period of time and a considered amount of time to make the bill as best as it could be, and it's my hope that that's what will happen with this bill, so that it can actually continue its pathway all the way through the legislative process. So, Madam Speaker, again, I commend my colleague Tangi Utikere and commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Melissa.
So, what do you think of Rachel's speech?
Good. It seems like the only debate is where they draw the line for this.
Yeah, which I think,
and that seems to be the National Party's opposition to the bill, is they draw the line further away than where the opposition's drawing the line.
Yeah, that's basically, I'm gathering the same from that as well. Yeah. Okay.
And the offences that qualify seem to be offences that don't have any direct victims almost.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear from Melissa Lee to see if National's changed its tune.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak on this Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill in its first reading. And I'd like to commend Tangi Utakere as the sponsor, as the member responsible for the bill, and congratulate him on having this bill drawn. And as all members know, how difficult it is to actually get a member's bill drawn out of the biscuit tin. And I think it's wonderful that he's able to see this through. I know that this bill will actually get to Select Committee with all of the support from different parties. But as my colleague Tim Costley actually spoke, there are aspects of it which I personally actually struggle with. And I think, the Clean Slate scheme, as everyone's actually mentioned, has actually been in force since 2004. And, there are many, it actually covers people who have had no convictions within the last 7 years, never been sentenced to a custodial sentence, and the list actually goes on. And what this bill basically changes is to... but the Clean Slate doesn't actually include when people apply for jobs going for the police, prison, or social work, or judicial or national security type roles. But this bill extends that 7 year to 10 years, and it actually extends to people who've actually had custodial sentence of up to 12 months. And I was actually curious as to what kind of crimes people have committed in order to actually get a 12-month custodial sentence, for example. And I can just list a few. Assault causing injury, which is more serious than common assault. Aggravated drink driving, which is not a first offence but several, repeat offenders. Burglary, especially repeat offending or burglary involving significant loss and multiple victims. Serious fraud or theft, such as stealing tens of thousands of dollars. Family violence offences, where there are repeated assaults or breach of protection orders. Drug offending, such as supplying of methamphetamine and commercial quantities of cannabis. Indecent assault. Lower level sexual offending is actually included in that. And possession of objectionable materials, including child sexual abuse images and repeated breaches of court order. When you look at some of the range of offences, criminal offending that a person actually gets a 12-month custodial sentence, these are some of this. And I have to actually think about the victims in this case. I do understand about wanting to give people a second chance, especially the youth who actually make a mistake, that I can understand. But this custodial sentencing also include offenders who actually do things which, to me, I think a lot of victims will actually find very difficult to forgive, and for them to celebrate the clean slate of someone who had actually offended against them, and they became the victims, especially people, who family violence, for example. I have met so many people who have been victims of family violence, and I do not know if they would actually celebrate this bill going, getting passed in this House. And for me, I'm, on the side of the victims on this. And I say that knowing that I also feel bad for young people who actually make a mistake and actually get a sentence that could actually prevent them from getting a job. But this is a balancing act that us members have to actually deal with, and I hope that the Select Committee will actually look at this bill carefully and come back with a way that we can all potentially support. But at this stage, the National Party opposes this bill, and I cannot support this.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I think someone has...
That's where they draw properly. But see, she's failing to take into account that there's this 10-year period where you've been 100% crime-free.
Yeah, she's making it out that you can walk out of the prison, go in, say, I'm applying for clean slate, and the criminal conviction disappears.
Yeah, but this legislation is to deal with people who did something in the past that isn't actually habitual, isn't something they repeat.
Yeah.
Habitual criminals don't qualify for this.
Yeah, and they don't qualify under the old was it the existing law either?
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not like, it's...
I think her attitude is all criminals are criminal, full stop.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's a lot I've heard about Melissa Lee on that one. Oh, well, let's see if Deborah Russell can sit there and educate Melissa Lee.
Madam Speaker, I wish to speak to two issues that have been raised by members of the National Party. Before I get to that, though, I do want to thank the ACT Party for their support for this bill. The ACT Party is a party of principles. A lot of those principles I don't agree with, but weirdly, this to me fits along with their idea of their boot camps, or whatever they're called, where the objective is to create a second chance. So this does in a way stack up alongside with that. I find New Zealand First unpredictable, but I'm nevertheless grateful for their support for this bill. I think the National Party are cowards, actually. This is an issue that does need to be examined. But I want to go to the two mistakes I think that speakers from the National Party have made with respect to this bill tonight. The first one was from the previous speaker, who spoke of her concern around people who had gotten 12 months custodial sentences for some types of sexual offending, for family violence, for assault with intent to injure and so on. The members made a mistake. This bill would enable people with custodial sentences of less than 12 months to enter this pathway, to have this clean slate pathway, but it's only for Category 2 offences, all right? It's Category 2 offences, so let's just go what they are. In practice, it means offences such as common assault. You know, that's just a punch on the street. It's not a serious assault. I mean, I still don't think it's a good thing. Let's be clear about that. Willful damage, disorderly behaviour, shoplifting and low-value theft, possession of cannabis for personal use, and first or second drink driving and driving while disqualified. But if it's a Category 3 or Category 4 offence, or any offence, then it's excluded. So assault with intent to injure is excluded. Family violence offences are excluded. Sexual offending is excluded. So this bill would not apply to those sorts of offences. I'm going to invite the member, given that she's made that mistake, to reconsider her position on this bill, because the reasons she gave just are just not what the bill covers. So there is protection here for the victims of those serious offences. So I do invite the member to reconsider. The other issue I want to address was the issue raised, I guess, by the first speaker from the National Party, who said, well, this is an issue we could tease out of a parliament, and we could think through some of the complications. Of course, Parliament's actually the highest court in the land. It's our job to consider some of these justice issues. But what he said was, well, all right, so we're going to allow, if we have 10 years of good behaviour and following a 12-month custodial sentence, well, then we'll let you go to the clean slate. He said, well, what do we do if you've got someone who's got, an 18-month custodial sentence and 15 years of good behaviour? Or what about, and he painted a series of possible positions that could be taken to enable people to enter a clean slate pathway. It was just a bog-standard slippery slope argument. It's saying, if we go this far, well, where do we stop? Well, that's precisely our role as a parliament, to sit there and work out where we stop. We are actually paid to do that. That's part of the reason we come here, is to sit there and to work our way through some of these rather tricky issues and to make that judgment ourselves, to really consider it. When we are elected here because people want us to grapple with these difficult cases. So I think it would behove the National Party to consider changing their mind on this and actually to take this to Select Committee, where we can tease through those very difficult issues and try to work out where is an appropriate place to draw the line. Now, I submit that my colleague, Mr. Utikiri, has put forward a really good proposal about where the line could be drawn. It's not lenient. 10 years of good behaviour is quite substantial. Mind you, I say that as someone who's only ever had one speeding ticket in their life, but and some library fines and parking tickets. But nevertheless, so badly behaved. But 10 years is, of good behaviour after a custodial sentence. I submit that that's a place where we could draw the line. So, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Nancy.
Well, Deborah Russell educating Melissa Lee.
I have to say, my bullshit detector was going off, was talking about those offences, and I wasn't sure why, and it's because weren't Class 2 offences.
Yeah.
She was talking about offences that don't qualify.
Exactly. Yeah. It's I mean, what's going to be next? You can get clean slate for life imprisonment with murder, despite the fact you're still serving the life sentence. Like that's basically, is that the next thing the National Party is going to argue on why they should not support the bill?
It's quite interesting that sometimes all they do when they stand up is reveal how much they don't understand about what they're talking about.
Exactly, yeah. Well, let's see if Nancy Liu is in that boat.
Liu. Madam Speaker, I'm standing to share my views, especially hearing the last speaker's response to some of the comments that were made before her. And I just couldn't I just couldn't believe when she said that the National Party are cowards because we're putting victims first. We've made it very clear in our speeches till date that we said we are putting victims first. People commit crime.
Hold on. Victimless crimes. But there's a victim! We've got to find the bloody victim from somewhere! Hey, I know it's a victimless crime, but let's find a bleeding victim to sit down there and do that! Sorry, I had to interrupt on Nancy Lou's one on there. Okay, I'll get back to being sensible.
They served a sentencing. It is the consequence of committing crime in New Zealand. And this is why we live in a rules-based country where law and order, where people feel safe to go to work, to come back home, to see their family, to go out, because people abide to laws. And so when National Party are putting victims first, I just couldn't believe that senior member, that front bench senior member on the opposition, on the Labour Party, are calling us cowards when we say we're putting victims first. And then she said, about the category 2. She was making a comment to my colleague, the Honourable Melissa Lee, a bit earlier about the offences. And then she said, it's category 2 offence. It's just a punch on the street. It doesn't hurt anybody. I'm sorry for the victims and their family. A punch, no matter what. It is unacceptable. It is unforgivable. And you do not just lightly put it to say, it's just a punch on the street. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. But I have to firstly acknowledge Tangi Itakiri, who is a member who is very, very, in my opinion, lucky. I think all members who have their ideas drawn from the biscuit tin deserve to be applauded on and actually, in a way, envious. Because many of us members across parties who work in this building would love to see our idea being pulled from the biscuit tin one day, to have our ideas shared and debated, and hopefully, in the belief and the principle that we have, to see that our bills be passed and supported across the parties. So to be a member who have an idea, who obviously firstly have developed an idea and worked very, very hard into building that idea into a potential member's bill, and then get pulled on and drawn from the biscuit tin, requires a good idea, requires some hard work, and also a bit of luck. So I wanted to congratulate the member in taking this bill into the House. But I do understand that he's got some great intentions bringing this bill into the House, but however, it's just learned through experiences that good intentions don't really mean good bills, and certainly not in this case, and that's why I can't support for it to go to Select Committee, although it will. I do believe that people can change, and people deserve the second chances, but I have to, again, put principle and put values first. Because I put up my name to go into elections. I choose to put my family at home and be here away from them because I want to serve the country in the right way. I want to protect the people and stand up for people and victims in the right way. I don't believe, no matter if it's at the moment the current the clean state for 7 years or later, if should some be changed to 10 years. Some people may walk out in 10 years' time thinking, tick, I've done my 10 years, I've been a good girl or a good boy for 10 years, tick, I can now hide my past, things that I've done, I can finally put it to rest, sweep it under the carpet, I can move on. But for victims and their families, those bad experiences, those traumatised experiences, those money and funds lost, the damages, the broken ribs, the bruises, those don't disappear in 7 years or 10 years. They don't disappear just because someone else has served 10 years or 7 years or have done things that have ticked the good boxes. So although I do believe that people deserve second chances, they can move on, second chance. After the 7 year, there is the clean slate available. There is in New Zealand. People can do that. But I do not agree with the opposition who calls National Party cowards because we are a party that stands for victims. And when we came into government, we made a promise to reduce victims for New Zealand. And so far, we have reduced 46,000 victims. And that is 46,000 people who didn't suffer injury or traumatised, and that includes their families. And that's why I don't support the bill.
I wonder where she sits and gets her figures from, because what reduced crime has happened? Are you using a thing called pre-crime to sit there and justify that? Which is some George Orwell sort of philosophy. I mean, and it's just another person who can't comprehend head around the bill. Probably would sit down there and probably give incorrect tax advice on GST returns. It's, who knows? I mean, far out. This is what the National Party list has delivered.
It feels to me like she has, she's expressing her loyalty to their tough on crime agenda rather than addressing whether the bill is good or bad.
I mean, the other thing that will be interesting is how many national people who are sitting MPs have applied for clean slate. Because I'm pretty sure that would have happened. I don't see a national person, tough on crime, going to give up the opportunity of applying to have clean slate law. That's the thing. You know, it's like they'll see it as it's an entitlement. I'm privileged to be entitled to clean slate. I don't support clean slate, but because I'm entitled to it, I'm going to sit there and take it. Just like Louise Upston with her $52,000 to live in a freehold home with probably a rates bill of $8,000 a year. And probably an insurance bill of about $2,000 a year.
Like I say, I think her focus is on maintaining the party line rather than engaging with the bill.
Yep. Okay, let's see what Tahi Urukira's reply speech is.
Tangi Utikiri in reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I firstly just thank members across the House for their contributions to the debate this evening, particularly to the ACT Party and New Zealand First. Can I thank you for your helpful and constructive contributions? To my colleagues here in Labour and in the Greens, I thank you for your positive and supportive comments. It looks as though this bill will proceed to Select Committee. I want to just very briefly, Madam Speaker, reflect on some of the points that have already been made in this debate. I want to particularly acknowledge the contribution of Laura McClure. The ACT Party, it seems, will be approaching this in a constructive way and with an open mind. The role and the impact on young people in New Zealand, if we don't get this right, it can provide a real detrimental sort of avenue for young people in this country. I agree that there needs to be a conversation around ensuring that the limitations, whether they be limitations or not in terms of access to records, is something around public safety that is teased out through the Select Committee process, and obviously the implications on other pieces of legislation as well. Can I acknowledge the contribution from the Honourable Casey Costello? I too agree that many in our community can turn their lives around, and they should not have to constantly and continually be effectively live a punishment 10 years after they've served their time if they are law-abiding citizens that are just wanting to get on, want to contribute to our community and to society. I also agree that we probably will hear from a number of different submitters that have different angles on this issue, but we also do not, and the intention of this bill is not to create things a harder pathway for victims as part of this process. I have to say I am disappointed in the contributions from the National Party tonight. There seems to be a little bit of confusion about what this bill actually seeks to achieve and the types of convictions that this bill would cover. Many of the offences that have been referred to by the National Party tonight actually are not possible under this bill. These are Category 2 offences for which a period or a custodial sentence of less than 12 months has been imposed 10 years ago. And even if someone did commit a Category 2 offence but was sentenced to a period that is 12 months or longer of a custodial nature, they would not be eligible for the provisions under this bill. So I actually agree with the earlier contribution from the National Party that actually, Select Committee, we could look at where the line is drawn, what offences should be in, what offences should be out. And I do think that there is still an opportunity for the National Party to support what appears to be all the other parties in this Parliament in sending this bill to Select Committee tonight. Madam Speaker, I am very clear and committed to the promise, I guess, that I gave earlier in my contribution to the House, and that is I want the Select Committee process to work. I want the Select Committee to tease out the good, the bad and the ugly and the opportunity around this. Because at the end of the day, what I am doing in promoting this bill is to ensure that actually those that have done their time, those that should be able to get on with their life, are able to do that. And I look forward through Select Committee to hearing from those advocates of victims. I will also point out that in some of these offences, there is not a victim as such. That yes, there is a conviction, but in some instances there will be, in some there won't. And so sending this to Select Committee that will allow for a range of people to submit to that process, I think is a good thing. And I think it actually addresses a number of the, I won't say concerns, but a number of the contributions that members from the National Party have made tonight. So, Madam Speaker, once again, I thank members for their support. It is a bill that I think is going to make a huge difference. The purpose of putting it through Select Committee is to make it a better bill than when the Justice Committee receives it. I thank members for their ongoing support.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Was that a call for a party vote? Wake up, please. The ayes have it.
Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on members.
Too scared to sit down there and say, was it 48 votes opposed?
Yeah. We oppose this bill, except when it comes time to oppose the bill.
yeah. We oppose. Maybe we need a meme going out there. We oppose the bill. We oppose the bill. We oppose the bill. Wakey.
Interesting that Maureen Pugh gave it another go, whereas she didn't give the Greens the benefit of that when they missed
No,
it.
they corrected it later on if you're in the Hansard. But yeah, I know what you're saying on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think it's quite funny actually. Wakey.
It feels like the party opposed to the bill was the party that didn't comprehend what the hell the bill was all about.
Yeah. We're opposed, but we can't understand how does it work.
We're opposed for these reasons that don't actually qualify.
Yeah. What's this? I oppose having what you call 120k speed limits for trucks on the road. I think it's irresponsible for that. Sorry. Point of order. Yes. I'd just like to mention there's nothing mentioning about the speed limit of lifting trucks up to 120 kilometres an hour. And just like see that happen. Yeah. Okay, shall we take a quick break and be back in a couple of minutes for the now? What's the name of the bill called? The Crimes Virginity Testing Practice Amendment Bill, first reading.
It's not your usual question time fight. No whipping lines or party spite. The order papers flip today. Backbench dreams now lead the way. No cabinet script, no iron grip. Just conscience votes and a loosened lip. From left to right, the lines all blur. You vote the bill, not the party stir. And you can feel it in the air. Something rare inside the chair. On Members Day. First up comes a moral plea, the modern slavery bill for all to see. But act shifts in its seat unsure, support in shadows but not secure. Next a tweak to money flow, financial markets and a national money transfer. Back New Zealand National Party just shrugs it away, thumbs its nose, not today. Lines are drawn then redrawn fast. Nothing here is built to last. Members Day where rules unwind and party lines get redefined. A boarding house fix gets all the same. Unanimous, a rare hooray. The residential tenancies amendment bill goes through clean. Takes a partisan, if you know what I mean. 6 sides nod in brief display of peace just for Members Day. But not all bills get easy rides. Some split the house on deeper sides. A life or death line comes to call. How do we help when people fall? The drug overdose protection bill hits the floor. Safety tests or something more. National and NZ first say abstain. No half measures to dull the pain while others argue. Test, don't preach. Save a life within our reach. Conscience votes, conscience votes. No party line in MP's notes. From radical left to market right, they clash all day, then share a bite. It's Members Day, unpredictable play, where rivals might just find a way to cross the aisle, to make a stand or kill a bill they can't withstand. No government script to guide the way, just 50 shades of yeah and nay. Pain on flawed, but come what may, that's Parliament on Members Day.
Gee, it didn't want to sit there and transition over when the music finished. So do you think the nets are going to be as opposed to this bill from Priyanka Radhikrishna?
I really can't say. To be honest, this feels a little bit like anti-witchcraft bill. It feels like I'm not familiar with this at all, but it feels to me like this is a cultural practice.
Yeah.
Rather than a medical procedure, a general medical procedure.
Yeah. Yeah. Indonesia is known for doing that. Yeah. It's
So it feels like this is something that maybe should have been sorted out last century.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I can see where that is. Yeah, it's like it's something that should have been sorted out. Clearly hasn't been sorted out. Okay, let's kick off with Priyanka.
I move that the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to end a practice that has no place in a just society, a practice that harms women and girls in silence, in shame, and too often in the shadows and under the guise of cultural or religious expectation. Virginity testing is not a tradition or a rite of passage. It is a human rights violation that is practiced in at least 20 countries that span every continent, and so it is not confined to any one community or even any one country. I will focus on what these practices are, why I believe they should be stopped, and outline the wider changes needed. But first, I want to acknowledge some people. First and foremost, women and girls who have been subjected to, pressured into, or impacted by these practices, and those who have supported them or spoken up for their rights and dignity. One day at a public meeting that my colleague Venushi Walters and I held, one woman raised this issue, and I want to acknowledge her. Samira Qureshi, thank you for your perseverance. While that day was the first time I'd heard about virginity testing in New Zealand, I know it wasn't the first time that she had raised it as an issue. Research by the Helen Clark Foundation shed further light on these practices and concluded that while it's difficult to determine the scale of the issue in New Zealand, conversations with healthcare professionals and some impacted communities suggest that the practice is occurring here in New Zealand. I want to especially acknowledge Sophia Hare, who wrote an excellent literature review on eradicating virginity-related harm in New Zealand that much of my speech today is based on. When this bill was drawn from the biscuit tin, Madam Speaker, I met with a woman named Kathy Lowe, a clinical nurse specialist with 30 years of experience in matters related to virginity and hymens. Our conversation blew my mind, and I will get to that shortly, but suffice to say that it made me even more determined to champion this bill. I thank Kathy for her years of advocacy. It was my colleague Venushi Walters who initially decided to put up this bill. I took it on in this term of Parliament, and when she rejoined our caucus midterm, I refused to give it up. I acknowledge her work on this and her support. I thank everyone who's been part of this bill's journey and ask colleagues across the House for their support to ensure that it continues its journey to Select Committee, to Royal Assent, and finally to being part of a suite of laws that protect and uphold the rights and dignity of New Zealand women and girls. Virginity is a social construct, a term to describe someone who hasn't had sexual contact. It has absolutely no scientific, biological, or medical validity. I want to acknowledge that virginity isn't an issue for everyone, but for some, it is everything. According to the World Health Organization, within some groups, the concept of virginity can be a significant determinant of social status, of honor and purity and personal safety, while for others, it may hold little relevance. When we talk about virginity, Madam Speaker, it refers to female virginity, because the understanding has always been that there's no medical way to determine whether a man is a virgin. In addition, patriarchal, fundamentalist religious and cultural belief systems often create unequal, rigid gender norms and expectations for men and women that have then been used to control women's bodily autonomy for centuries. Young men are often allowed to be sexually active before marriage, encouraged even to sow their wild oats, but young women had to be policed, chaperoned and controlled. While I may not agree with such beliefs, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to ask Parliament to criminalise belief systems. The problem occurs when the woman or girl is required to prove that she's a virgin. Sometimes it's non-physical, like checking for blood on bed sheets. Sometimes it's a physical exam That is virginity testing. It's invasive, often called the two-finger test. It is humiliating, painful, and predicated on a myth. Now, this is the bit that blew my mind. Much of the myth and misunderstanding that surrounds virginity relates to the hymen, a small tissue membrane located at the vaginal opening. Many have been taught that the hymen is like cling film and acts like a seal, that trauma can tear the hymen and that it will break when penetration occurs for the first time. This is factually incorrect. The hymen is more like a scrunchie. It expands and contracts. Like every other body part, it looks different for different people. Natural variation. And it can change through life as a result of hormonal changes, genetics, and so much more. A study of over 6,000 women found only 42% experienced bleeding during first sexual contact. Because it's a myth that it's like cling film. It's also a myth that virgins always bleed. Some do. That's because of abrasions on the vaginal wall or when there's force. And so virginity in women also cannot be determined medically by inspecting the hymen. That too is a myth. I want to also state for the record, if anyone listening has experienced rape or sexual assault and feels that their virginity was taken from them, please know that what happened was an act of violence. Virginity is not something that can be physically or biologically determined. If it's something you value, you carry it with you and you choose when you give it away. It cannot be taken by force. Kathy tells me that in such situations, a woman can still say she's a virgin because she didn't choose to give away that quality that she values. That is powerful, and I'm saying it today because I want it on the record. Many have asked me why this practice occurs. In many cases, it's the fear of stigma, the loss of marriage prospects, community pressure, or family sanction that can result in unmarried girls or women being forced to undergo a virginity test. Sometimes young women request it out of concern for their safety or in response to social pressures or coercion. The impacts of virginity testing often extend beyond that specific physical exam and can result in long-term trauma, pain, and significant risk associated with failing a test. Women and girls who are deemed to have failed it are considered impure and can be excluded from their wider communities and support networks, physically abused. Sometimes it can be life-threatening. Hymenoplasty is known as hymen repair or reconstruction. It's a surgical procedure that claims to rebuild the hymen. It's been likened to female genital mutilation that was banned in New Zealand in 1996. Like virginity testing, the basis of hymenoplasty relies on myths about the hymen and not any medically relevant science-based understanding of anatomy. A study explored the reasons why women ask for it. Almost half of the participants in that study had a history of sexual violence, and all of them either wanted to bleed again or feel tight. Almost 90% of the women who had it didn't bleed during first sexual contact after the procedure, and that suggests that that is not an effective procedure. It can also lead to serious medical complications, and to be clear, it is distinct from legitimate procedures that could be performed on the hymen for clinical reasons. Now, Madam Speaker, legislation alone is insufficient. We know that it needs to be accompanied by education, through schools to all children, through various community organisations in ways that are safe, culturally appropriate and tailored to their unique needs, and to medical professionals. Currently, only some of them get this training. Medical professionals have said that they have witnessed virginity testing being asked for in New Zealand. Specialist sexual violence service providers who had received such requests, they felt comfortable in responding with education about virginity, but other medical professionals didn't feel equipped to be able to respond to those requests appropriately. They need better guidance. Madam Speaker, a number of comparable jurisdictions have taken legal action against these practices, including in the United Kingdom in 2022, France in 2021, and most recently Luxembourg in 2025. This bill was modelled after similar legislation in the UK, and as such proposes criminal action against people who order or conduct virginity tests in hymenoplasty. This includes anyone who takes a child under 18 overseas for such procedures and specifies that consent is not a defence. However, having worked with young women who were forced into marriage, yet another form of honour-based violence that is often hidden, I know that hardly any young person wants to criminalise their own family. So I asked the Select Committee to pay specific attention to this and determine whether a civil pathway should also be considered, and if so, what that should look like. Madam Speaker, this is a bill ultimately that is about the rights and dignity of women and girls, and it's about creating a system that is equipped to uphold them. I commend this bill to the House.
The question.
From what Priyanka has just said, this just sounds vicious and horrible, and as you said earlier, some of that should have been tied up in the last century.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like barbaric acts from a previous, doesn't it? I mean, like I say, this is definitely a cultural practice, not a medical practice. There does seem to be no medical, valid medical reason for this.
Yeah. Okay, so breaking down what the bill intends to do. It intends to amend the Crimes Act of 1961, seeks to criminalise virginity testing and hymenoplasty reconstruction of the hymen. The bill describes virginity testing as unscientific, unreliable, and medically unnecessary practice that causes physical, psychological, and social harm. It is intended to protect women and girls from the practice that may be coerced or forced as a form of an honour-based. It will add a new offence. The bill will insert section 204C to 204E into the Crimes Act of 1961. The definition of virginity testing is an examination of the female genitalia for the purpose or purported purpose of determining whether someone is a virgin. Hymenoplasty means reconstruction of the hymen. Virginity testing practices cover both virginity testing and hymenoplasty. Main offence: a person would commit an offence if they perform or cause to be performed as an act of involving virginity testing practice on another person, the maximum penalty of 5 years. Consent is not a defence. A person charged with the offence cannot defend themselves by arguing the person who underwent the practice consented or someone acting on the person's behalf consented. It also is not a defence that the abuse believed consent has been given. Protection of the process subjected to the practice. The person who the virginity testing practice was performed cannot be charged as a party to the offence committed against them. Practices carried out overseas. This bill creates additional offences designed to prevent people from sending or taking children overseas for virginity testing or hymenoplasty. A person could face up to 5 years imprisonment for arranging or causing a New Zealand citizen or ordinarily a resident child under 18 to be sent or taken overseas for the practice that would be illegal if performed in New Zealand. A person in New Zealand can be prosecuted for aiding, inciting, counselling, or procuring such a practice overseas involving a New Zealand citizen or ordinary resident. This offence can apply even if the Overseas Act is never actually carried out. A person in New Zealand could also face prosecution for inciting, counselling, procuring, or inducing someone to undergo the practice overseas, agree to the practice being carried out overseas, permit the practice to be carried out overseas. Again, the offence could apply whether or not the practice ultimately took place. Consent and overseas offence. Consent is also not a defence to the relevant overseas related offences. The person subjected to the practice cannot be charged as party to the offence of a crime committed against them. Was it commencement? The bill will come into force one day after royal assent. The bottom line: will criminalise virginity testing and hymenoplasty in New Zealand, create a new maximum 5-year prison sentence for performing or arranging these practices. Consent does not provide a defence, protects the person subjected to the practice from being prosecuted as the party to the offence, extend criminal liability to certain conduct involving sending people overseas to the practice or facilitating them from New Zealand, specifically provide protection for children under the age of 18 who are New Zealand citizens or ordinarily reside in New Zealand in relation to overseas conduct.
This is about protecting young women and older women in general, from the patriarchy, from the whims and the desires and the overbearing control of the patriarchy. And like I say, it just staggers me that it's even something we have to take on in this day and age. It seems like a cultural practice from the past that should have been gone.
Yeah, it does have that vibe to it.
Interesting to see if anyone opposes.
We'll find out. Up first is qualified doctor from the National Party and former Labour Party member, now National Party MP, Vanessa Weenik.
Is that the motion be agreed to, Dr. Vanessa Weenik?
Speaker, it's a pleasure again to rise and stand on behalf of National in support of this bill. The Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill is an example of an excellent piece of work that has been well researched and evidenced, and we are proud as National to be able to support it. Thank you and congratulations to the honourable member for bringing this to the House. It's a great thing to have it pulled from the tin, and as this is debated, I'm sure a lot of people will learn many things, and I do commend you for your excellent speech in introducing this and explaining some of the real problems that exist, the myths that are surrounding the concept of the supposed idea of a medical or clinical ability to test for virginity. If something is testable, then you should be able to say how reliable that test is. If a test is less than 50% chance of being a positive and true test, then it is in no way reliable. And some of the evidence that you spoke about showed that there is no validity in testing for virginity. Virginity, supposedly, or the damage of a hymen can be damaged for so many reasons. There are physiological variations that are completely normal. There are also things like riding a bicycle or a horse or just running that can be enough to change the physical appearance of the hymen. Therefore, placing any kind of societal importance on the presence of that piece of tissue, it makes absolutely no sense. And that's not even talking about the completely illogical way that women are treated and their virginity is given some kind of importance. Now, that's a philosophical discussion and a point of view that it may be debatable, but from my perspective, as a strong feminist who's happy to call herself a feminist, the idea that a woman's value should have any way, shape or form, any relationship at all to her sexuality status, the number of people that she may have had sexual intercourse with is completely irrelevant to her value, is completely irrelevant to any person's value as a person. We should each be judged on our contributions to society, on the status of our character, on the kinds of things that we give to other people and the energy that we bring to relationships, not on the presence or absence of a tiny little piece of skin. As has been pointed out, men's virginity or male virginity is never taken into question, and that highlights some of the fundamental gender inequality. In New Zealand, we like to think of ourselves as being one of the most progressive nations in the world when it comes to the status of women. However, the sheer fact that things like this are happening in our country shows that none of us should ever rest on our laurels. We should never, ever think that the battle has been won. The only time that we are at risk of going backwards in terms of rights of women is if we start to think for a second that the battle is won, because there are fronts opening up all around the world all of the time. One of the places in the world where this kind of thing probably happens all the time is Afghanistan, and the rights and status of women in Afghanistan and the place and everything terrible that's happening to them shows us that any one of us in any country in the world could go backwards if conditions were right or if they're terribly, terribly wrong. The status of women and the political status of gender and sexual rights and human and reproductive rights in the United States of America should show us all that the status of women can be changed over time and the battle has not been won. So, Madam Speaker, I do commend this bill to the House and I look forward to seeing its passage as it goes through.
Just what I want to make.
Well, that's at least something.
No. So National will stand up for women as long as it doesn't cost them anything.
It's quite funny that they've mentioned the United States, while there has been murmurs and warnings that the National Party is going to copy the United States. So, I mean, yeah.
It's good that they're supporting this because, like I say, I'm staggered that this bill's even happening.
Yeah.
You know? But that's because I'm unaware of these practices. I became aware of them because there's this bill happening.
Oh, exactly, and that's the point of the show. We find out things that most people probably slide under the radar if it didn't. It's a very interesting bill, and it's an eye-catching name. Okay, Celia Wade Brown.
Clear as in I should have at the beginning. This is a split call, so I call Nancy Lou for the second half of this.
Okay, Nancy Lou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for actually giving me the opportunity, and thanks to my colleague for sharing some time with me so I can share some of my reflections and reading about this members' bill. And first of all, congratulations to Priyanka. I think it is evidence actually for the many members sitting in this room, many of us women do feel, I think in a way it is funny that in 2026 in New Zealand we're talking about banning virginity test for female, in whatever way that it comes to what it is today. But I thank Priyanka for bringing this forward. And as a woman myself, and also as a mother of 2 young girls, I would like for them to grow in a country where ethnicity is celebrated, is embraced, gender is celebrated and embraced, and such actions, such intrusive and traumatizing actions are absolutely and clearly banned. This is the country that I want to see my girls grow up in. And so I thank you. And I'm also envious of the luck that you have having your bill drawn from the biscuit tin, because I think all the members sitting in Parliament would love for our names to be pulled at the midday when it's a members' ballot day, because we all have brilliant ideas that we want to bring into the House and actually use the opportunity during Select Committee to hear it from the public, to hear it from New Zealanders around the country of all backgrounds, from all walks of life, and what they think of a particular member's bill, and to have their recommendations heard in public, and to have the opportunity to talk to the members of Parliament should they wish to connect. National Party is supporting this bill to Select Committee, obviously based on principle that we should be protecting New Zealanders, every New Zealander living in this country, but also including New Zealanders who with the amendments in this bill, be protected should they be taken out of New Zealand for such traumatising actions. But also I want to use the very limited time that I have in the House to also share that it also adds to who we are as ethnic MPs. Culturally, and as Priyanka had shared in her initial speech, for many, in my opinion, unethical reasons, particularly in ethnic cultures, such testing or such belief to have to test female on this is quite a cultural thing. But then also, often it is behind closed doors at dining tables where young female or young children who have certain ideas or questions are afraid of raising it with their parents because it's considered culturally sensitive or taboo. So the fact that we are now debating on a bill to potentially legally, clearly ban such traumatising actions in New Zealand, I think it helps. It helps the many ethnic communities that we have in New Zealand to make it very clear what is acceptable, what is legal, and what is not acceptable in New Zealand. And this practice, as actually shared by my colleague a bit earlier, and that is Dr. Vanessa Wenick, who is an expert for me. I go to her for medical advice. For someone who she also shares in her work experience, such practice of so-called testing of that membrane is actually not scientific. It is absolutely intrusive. It is a nonsense. There you go. It's nonsense, quoting Dr. Vanessa Wenick. It's nonsense, and it's traumatising for girls and women. And to even imagine what could such test results deliver for such person or such individual. And so I really commend for this bill to be taken to the Select Committee, and I want to use this opportunity, whereas some of our members don't quite understand, some of the public, New Zealanders don't quite understand what Members' Day mean in New Zealand. Often they kind of come to me and go, really? Out of everything that is happening around the world right now, you guys are talking about this particular bill? Well, yes. That's what Members' Days are for, and public should have and seize the opportunity to bring in their recommendations and their feedback and their support for members' ideas that are raised during a Members' Day. So I look forward to further work in the Select Committee. Thank you.
Celia.
Did Nancy Lou just have like a complete transplant in sensibility or something?
I don't know. I just find it's really bizarre that they pick and choose which of the women's issues they stand up for.
Yeah. Now, there has been this question here.
Yes,
Yes, it is. Yes. Well, I have contacts far and wide here at the Order Paper Podcast. Okay, let's get to Celia Wade-Brown.
Wade-Brown.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill. I would like to thank Priyanka Radhakrishnan for bringing this forward, and I would also like to acknowledge her role, together with Jenny Marcroft, Jo Hayes and Goris Garaman, in bringing forward the female genital mutilation legislation some years ago. These are both about protecting women. The World Health Organization, that generally New Zealand still supports, thank goodness, classifies virginity testing as the physical inspection of female genitalia. And as was mentioned, nobody seems to care about whether a man is a virgin or not. And in fact, I suspect that if one were to assert that some members in this House were virgins, the males would be insulted, which is ridiculous. It is a pseudoscientific, medically unnecessary, invasive and patriarchal practice. As people with more medical knowledge than myself have said, it doesn't tell you anything. But let's think, even if it could tell you definitively, it would be absolutely abhorrent. I am very pleased to see that we will be bringing this publicly, openly, as part of a wider education discussion that can start in this House and move into a range of different cultural backgrounds. The sad part is that often this testing is supported by other women, and we have to understand the context that that comes in and support the change rather than demonise the practice. I would like to finish by acknowledging that we have heard several really varied pieces of legislation tonight, whether it's Lifejackets, whether it's Clean Slate, whether it's this virginity testing practices bill. And I note that Nancy Liu, for example, said that it was a matter of luck that these came through. There is another way of getting sensible members' bills into debate in this House. We have got the opportunity of the route of 61 non-executive members to support these things, so we don't have to rely on luck. And they cover such a wide number of areas. And I think this House needs to think very carefully about making more use of that cross-party support for legislation. I will nevertheless be keeping my fingers crossed for tomorrow's ballot too. Thank you.
Well, it's great that Celia Way-Brown is actually mentioning about Standing Order, was it 61? That I can't remember the Standing Order number 9. It starts with 2. But basically, Camilla Bellich has been the first MP who's got it across the line with the pill. And she was actually on her way to have a second pill crossing the line. But, there are ways to bypass the biscuit tin by having cross-party support. And I'm glad Celia has sat there and mentioned that. But besides the point, it's quite useful what Celia has just sat there and mentioned there.
Yeah. I think she's quite right to point out that it's, these are all archaic practices of the patriarchy. And all women will benefit from this.
Yes. Yeah. Does feel awkward being two men on the show talking about it, though.
Yeah, but I'm glad that there are women in Parliament who also recognise that this should have been sorted out decades ago.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
It does feel like the 20th century coming back and hitting in the face.
Oh, God, yeah. Okay, we next got, was it Minister for Children, Karen Chow?
Honourable Karen Shaw. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real privilege to be able to stand today on behalf of ACT and support this bill. I'm really grateful for the fact that the member has brought this bill through on a Members' Day. There are lots of different ways for legislation such as this to happen, but sometimes this is actually a quicker route than waiting for the backed up legislation of government bills at the moment. As the Minister for Prevention of Family Harm and Sexual Violence, I often go up and down the country talking to many people, and one of the saddest things I heard was some young people who were afraid to speak up about the fact that they had been raped because they thought that they would be judged for the sexual behaviour, even though they hadn't consented to that behaviour. And so they didn't speak to their family members about the rape that happened to them for that very reason. And the practice of virginity testing just reinforces the fact that even when sexual consent isn't there, that the judgment would still be there with a test such as this. I just heard a statement that was made that it made me feel a little bit sad when I heard whether that the test it wasn't reliable, and this was one of the reasons why we shouldn't be testing. We shouldn't be testing at all. You shouldn't be putting a woman's worth in the hands of a test to say whether they're a virgin or not. Whether the test is reliable or unreliable, this is not the point. The point of the matter is a woman's worth should not be around their sexual behaviour and whether they're a virgin or not. A woman shouldn't be judged based on that. And so whether or not the test is reliable or unreliable, quite frankly to me, has nothing to do with the reason why I'm supporting this bill. But yes, there is no medical, scientific basis for these tests, or ethical basis. It's a harmful practice that violates the dignity and rights of women and girls. Such practices cause discrimination and control over women's bodies. It has no place in New Zealand, but there is no law that is explicitly criminalising this practice, but there soon will be, and thank goodness for that. And there is also looking at the practice of the hymenoplasty procedure. And I was just listening to the member speaking around the reasons why women do this procedure, and it's really sad that women feel that they have to make themselves something they're not, just to be good enough for people who are going to judge them on that. And this practice just needs to stop. I heard about this not so long ago, and I was actually horrified to realise that this practice was being asked about, and that this was actually something that hadn't been raised with myself up and down the country as a particular issue. But as soon as I heard about this, I knew that this was something that I would like to see criminalised, and was very grateful when I saw it drawn from the ballot. My concern was around families sending them overseas for this practice to happen. So I'm really grateful to see that we're closing that loophole and making sure that we're keeping our young people safe, particularly our under 18s, from being sent overseas for this practice. And I agree that there may be another option to look at, whether it's criminalisation or whether there's some kind of other way to deal with the consequence, so that we do have people speaking up. So I look forward to seeing what the Select Committee does with this, and the conversation as well that is so important to be had. The more we talk about these things, the better it is for us, because we can't fix what we don't know. And I'm grateful once again for this being brought to the House today.
I don't know what else to sit there and say there, considering if we look at the Hansard, everyone is... there's not even a man who's actually spoke on the bill. But I just feel like I'm agreeing with everything that's been said.
Yeah,
it just
feels weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels weird that it's like, where's this person come? Like, it feels like, hey, why can't we have this one when another particular bill came in? What? Why can't we have this minister when a particular bill goes in there? It does feel a bit bizarre and weird.
I think it's also quite important that the idea of consent has been ruled out of any form of defence against this.
Yeah.
So whether you consented or whether the person carrying out the procedure thinks you've consented, that's still illegal.
Yeah.
There is no loophole.
Yeah, no attempt to sit there and try and coerce. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because consent can be manufactured. So it's good that it's not a defence.
Yeah. Okay, next up is Casey Costello again. Geez, she's doing the rounds of it on Members' Day.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill, and from the outset will state that New Zealand First will be supporting this piece of legislation to the Select Committee. There is a great deal of comfort that I take on the fact that there is recognition today in the House that there are specific rights and protections needed for women because they are women, that we have unique conditions and concerns based upon our sexual biology, and therefore this bill is recognising that. And so I think I would commend my colleague Jenny Marcroft for her legislation that is seeking to ensure these definitions are applied in law. It is with some hesitation that I recognise the importance of this bill, and I do. Women need absolute protections. Without hesitation, I recognise that. But I think we also have to be cognisant of an adult woman being able to make decisions that she wishes to make for her body, and therefore the encroachment of her inability to seek medical consultation, however she sees fit, as a person who is independent and adult able to make those decisions, should be protected. And a law that would walk into a medical consultation room between an adult woman and her medical provider, whatever conditions or whatever treatment she seeks to take, it is her body, and therefore she should be able to make those decisions. Yes, of course, when there's coercion, when there is other considerations, we need to ensure the law will protect them from that. No woman should be required to do that. But it is still an adult woman's choice we're talking about here in some instances. So I would like to see the Select Committee ensures that there is protections from a woman who seeks medical consultation to allow discussions about what she wants to have checked or done to her body is her choice, and I would not like to see that criminalised. And in the same token, we have to respect religious choice. We have to respect religions of different choices that value different things. And this is not to say that we are devaluing a woman because she's not a virgin. But the fact that a woman chooses to be a virgin and chooses to ensure that her body is protected and valued in that rate, she should not be and somehow slighted or slanted because that is her choice based upon religious belief or whatever pathway she chooses to take. So I think we have to be careful in this piece of legislation that when we are affording protections to women, we are very cognisant of all of the decisions that a woman is entitled to make about her body. And therefore, we also have to be equally cognisant of their religious choices and how they choose to believe and how they choose to value their body. And I would hate to see this House choosing to say that some religious choices are of more value than other religious choices. So therefore, we need to ensure that this legislation is protecting those women who are adults who are choosing to take a pathway. I'm not talking about any type of discrediting or coercion or enforcing women to do certain practices. I'm not talking about the ability to have freedom from being exploited or traded by any way. But it is about ensuring that women do have choices, that we respect religions that are different to our own, and that we ensure that a woman can have medical consultations, and fundamentally that we recognise the uniqueness of women, that women have needs for specific protections because of their biology, because of who they are as women. And therefore, we will absolutely support this bill to the Select Committee. But I would like to ensure that we consider all aspects of this, and fundamentally that it is important we do recognise that being a woman is a specifically unique need for protection in certain aspects of legislation. I commend the bill to the House.
What do you think?
Well, I'll be honest on this one. I think there's less police experience in this speech.
Well, I got the impression that she supported the bill, but she wanted to do some dog whistling. And I'm not sure who she's dog whistling to.
Jenny Marcroft right behind her on the definition of a woman and a man bill.
No, New Zealand First supporters out there in the general public. You know, what is it that what's the dog whistle here? It just feels like she is trying to hedge your bets. Yes, we support this bill, but and then I'm not sure that she raised valid points.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I'm a man. Am I supposed to be commenting?
Yeah, I know. It's like, how do we provide accurate commentary? See, I wish we had Frankie here tonight, because Frankie would just literally be able to just give a good thorough commentary associated with it. Yeah.
I don't think her argument about an adult woman wanting a medical procedure stacks up, because we're not talking about a medical procedure.
Yeah.
It doesn't qualify as a medical procedure.
Yeah. Okay, Hannah, was it Hannah Rafferty Maipi Clark?
Hannah Rafferty Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā tātou i te whare, e tū ana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mo te Pāti Māori i te pōnei, wai hoki ki te mihi atu ki a koe, Priyanka mo te moto pire, kua kawea mai e koe ki roto i tēnei o ngā whare i tēnei o ngā pō. I rise to support this bill and would like to mihi to the member for her member's bill being pulled out of the ballot. But not only that, but the education that I've learnt myself tonight and other young girls across the country watching your first reading speech. So I just want to commend you and your member's bill. This is the Crimes, Virginity, Testing Practices Amendment Bill. This bill seeks to protect vulnerable women and girls by amending the Crimes Act 1961 and introducing new offences that criminalise virginity testing and the related practice. Te Pāti Māori proudly supports this bill. This is about one simple principle, the fact that your body can be an invasion of privacy and even up for thoughts or whakaaro to get tested is mind-blowing to me, but also the bodies of wahine and girls are not for inspection, control or policing. And what this bill does is makes virginity testing illegal, criminalises the related practice when used to reinforce harmful ideas around virginity, protects vulnerable women and girls from force and honour-based abuse. Virginity testing, and what we've heard across the floor tonight, is virginity testing is a myth, not medicine. There is no medical or scientific way to determine whether someone has had sexual intercourse by examining them. The World Health Organization, UN Women and United Nations have all concluded that, quote, virginity testing has no scientific validity, it is medically unnecessary and it is a violation of human rights. I also want to touch on some of the relevant statistics. Around 38 countries have introduced laws or policies banning virginity testing or prohibiting healthcare workers from carrying it out. The World Health Organization states there is 100% no scientific evidence that examining can determine whether someone has had sexual intercourse or not. Also want to touch on some of the other members' bills that have been brought into this House this term around the kaupapa of not consenting. So, for example, we've also had Lauren McClure's bill that we've supported in terms of AI deepfake and not having your body consented to being on artificial pornography online as well, and also supporting this bill, which is not having your banning virginity testing practices. Virginity testing practices, and also hearing from across the board, House tonight around we do not test males or men for virginity testing. So the fact that we as a country have been really progressive in supporting women's rights, the first country to support women voting as well, it's important that we support this bill. And I quote from Auckland clinical nurse specialist in family violence, Kathy Lau, quote, "For me, it's not a woman issue, it's a human rights issue. It affects men and women. Imagine if we told men that they had a virgin semen and the first time they lost it, they weren't virgin anymore and they had to go to a doctor to prove that they were still a virgin before they were allowed to be married," end on quote. So tonight, I just want to bring some of the evidence, the testimonies, acknowledging the statistics from across the world and the data, but also the ethical morals of making sure that we support this bill and congratulating the member. Tēnā rā koe.
Honourable Carmel Tibolo.
Well, I'm going to have to say, I think that's going to be our last speech of the night. It's been a long night of being sitting in front of our computers.
Yes, good one to finish on.
Exactly, and it literally pointed out the hypocrisy. Like, here's the weird thing is, in this particular speech, the bill's from a female MP, and everyone participating is a female MP who's showing showing why it's barbaric and out of place with 21st century. And I can picture a similar bill in the opposite direction going to the United States with a bunch of men saying it's a badge of honour to do it. And it's quite intriguing, and I'm glad to see that in New Zealand, at least we aren't falling on this particular Members' Day in the trap of copying our not so good imperial cousins of the United States of America.
Yeah, well, that's where we get all our bad ideas from.
Yeah. Something here from Jason.
Yeah, 100%.
Spot on and honest on that particular one. You are so right there. Okay, Bill. Now, I've just got to check because I never actually loaded any of the bills into the system. The Community Magistrates Legislative Amendment Bill closes on Friday, the 14th of August. The Environment Reporting Amendment Bill closes on Thursday, the 20th of August. And the Regulatory Systems Social Security Amendment Bill number two closes on the 20th of August. I haven't loaded up any of the extra bills that are on there, but if you want to sit there and submit any bills, head on to Parliament's website and use the tab Get Involved and go make a submission. You can see what bills are open for submission that are on there, including all the bills that were on Members' Day that have just happened are now open for submission. Or if they're not, they're about to be open for submission. It depends when they held that. I think the one that we've just listened to may have not had it. That one might not be open yet because that select committee has yet to meet. But usually it's within a couple of days to a week from when the bill goes through its first reading to when it ends up being open for submissions.
I'll be honest, this Parliament has felt like I've either been making a submission or I'm about to make a submission or I've just made a submission.
You've literally summed up what I've done. I'm trying to think, have I sent in a submission in the month of July? Oh, yes, I did. Climate talk change legislation.
I can honestly say I've made more submissions during this Parliament than all previous Parliaments combined.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, and I've presented a lot of oral submissions as well. I mean, put it this way, I'm on first name basis with the Justice Select Committee.
Yeah. A regular face.
Yeah, I mean, which Select Committee have you been the most in front of in this term?
Health.
Health. Okay. Yep. No, that feels so much like you.
Yep. Health deals with drug law reform.
Yeah, and I know the biggest one that we followed from Health was Gene Technology Bill. Yeah.
I haven't actually made many oral submissions. 90% of my submissions have been written.
Okay, yeah, no, I put in the written ones and then request to present them orally. And that can always be a lot of fun. The best one I had was turning up to the Social Services Select Committee on the Copyright Satire Bill with a bunch of souvenirs of a bunch of satiristic slides that we use for our images for the bill, which we typically we don't tend to manipulate MPs' pictures, but for that particular bill we did, just for the fun of it, because you could. And they were quite well received. I do hear that Jenny Markov's one sits in an office for the whole world to see.
Yeah. Right. So we're just about to enroll and vote, everyone. Enroll and vote.
And remember, if you're on the Māori, if you are of Māori descent and want to switch onto the Māori roll or switch from the Māori roll onto the general roll, you have until, and I'll get the exact date. It's within the next 2 weeks. What's the key date? Okay, you have until the 6th of August, which is 2 Thursdays away. So you've got 10 days to decide whether you decide which electoral roll you want to be on, whether you're going to be on the Māori roll or the general roll for this, for this coming election. You've got till the 6th of August. And for those who would like to see a It's in the Ballot show this Wednesday at 7 p.m, we're doing a remote It's in the ballot show for the Wairarapa constituency of the Greater Wellington Regional Council. And this by-election show is for the replacement of the late Adrian Staples, who's passed away earlier this year, and the former deputy chair. So you can sit down there, see who the next replaces, and tell your Wairarapa veterans to get their voting, when they get their voting papers, to make sure that they rate their candidates in the preference of who wants to represent them for the Wairarapa. Yeah. I think it's time to roll the closing credits. Any last words?
I've enjoyed this. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thanks for being there. Make sure and feel free to stay for post-show chats. They're always useful.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you for watching the order paper.
Thank you for watching the order paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened, so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/itsinthaballot. The